Good evening and welcome to another edition of Friday Break Traders here with Saute. We are super excited because we have the release of 2021 Panini Black tonight. That's right, 2021 Panini Black. Right now, already on the schedule, we have a Panini Black division random that will go off after these first round of eBay breaks. We have a hit draft scheduled at 9:30. And then at BreakTraders.com, we also have we have a card random with 3 spots left for $125, and then a hit draft that's scheduled for 10 p.m. with 5 spots left as well. So we will be doing 30% off those spots with the link in the chat. Phil, I believe I did see your email. Sorry about that. I will definitely get that refunded for you this evening. As soon as we go into our first break, I will take care of that for you. And I'll be looking at an NBA Contenders Optic deal, and we will go and rock and roll with that. We'll launch that right when we launch Break Traders late night tonight. But before that, let's get started here. We're going to do some Absolute Baseball, and just right before we dive into the Absolute Baseball, we're going to do our next show and that our show keyword. But did we do the keyword portion for that or no?
We didn't randomize it because that didn't work. Do you want to redo it?
We'll just do the randomization of it. So we'll do our first giveaway. We'll just dive in with a giveaway. Type white in the chat. This is a keyword from Wednesday night when Nite broke down on us that we have to randomize. White. Keep going. We'll give you another about 20 seconds to get that in. Alrighty, John, can you give us a countdown? But right before that, Phil, your refund has been processed for that XR football break. Alrighty, and John, if you could give us a countdown.
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Harry Hood.
Harry Hood taking the first giveaway. Let's see what we've got. We've got a little Upper Deck Hockey, and while we have the giveaway pot out, let's drop some more in there. Why don't we? You know, I got this 1980-45, the end of the war, historic autographs box, and I figured this could be a fun giveaway right here. So we will drop these right in there. There's about 6 packs in there, 10 cards each. I mean, hey, they might not be something you collect, but for free, why not? And folks, there is still some available teams left in breaks later that went unsold. You can still purchase those at BreakTraders.com. Those will remain open until the break. We have Evgeny Kuznetsov, Robin Lehner, Mikko Rantanen, a marquee rookies Vitek Vanacek, Tom Wilson, followed by Elias Peterson, Patrick Lane, and Cody Glass. Alrighty. That is going to Harry Hood right off the gate right there. And folks, you know what? We're going to try something a little different tonight. Disregard that snake link. I will be dropping a link for a potential snake right in the chat right now. Oh, crap. One moment, folks. I apologize about the delay. For some reason, it had logged me out of our YouTube account on here, our Google account on here. So I just need to log back in quickly so that I can drop that new snake link in the chat. There we go. Oh. So this is going to be the link to the early snake draft. We will try to get this snake going before we hit BreakTraders late night tonight. And what we are going to do, we also have a new potential snake tonight. That's right, you heard it here first. A little UFC snake. A little UFC snake. So if you're interested, fill that out in the chat. And we will rock and roll with some potential UFC snakes tonight. I think that would be pretty fun. Would love to see that plates and patches as well. It just all depends on who's interested in what. Alrighty, folks, here we go. This is break 1262, the 2021 Absolute Baseball one box. Pick your team. I think the nerves with the plates and patches is there's only 7 cards in that break, so I think that that makes people nervous. But hey, for $40, not a bad deal whatsoever. Would love to continue with the kabooms. We're on a little kaboom run, it feels like. All right, we got Miguel Cabrera of the Detroit Tigers headed to Gary, followed by Aaron Nola of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Nick. Ken Boyer of the St. Louis Cardinals headed to Nick as well. Kyle Tucker of the Houston Astros going to Jeff. And then, oh my God, kaboom goes the dynamite. That is Cody Bellinger of the Los Angeles Dodgers, and that is going to Nick. Wow, pulled a Mookie Betts kaboom just the other day, and here we go with a Cody Bellinger kaboom to get started here. Wow, just went for $130, which means that is going to get the sizzle sticker. Great start to our Absolute Baseball break right here. Followed by Paul Goldschmidt out of 199 of the St. Louis Cardinals, and that is headed to Nick. Then we have a power Reggie Jackson of the New York Yankees going to Nick as well. Followed by an extreme team, Randy Arozarena of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Cynthia. Alrighty. And our next memorabilia is our first memorabilia of the day is going to be a Razel Iglesias of the Los Angeles Angels, and that is going to Phil. Headed to Phil right there. And then our second one is going to be out of 35, and that is going to be a Luis Garcia Rookies Signatures of the Washington Nationals going to Joe. Headed to Joe. You know what? One of the crazy things about tonight's eBay breaks, for the first time in BreakTraders history, every single person that participated in an eBay break tonight is a repeat member. That being said, if anyone's on this one for the if anyone's on here for the first time, we can do you get 20% off your first order at BreakTraders.com. We have Tim Anderson of the Chicago White Sox headed to Leo, followed by Alex Bregman. Alex Bregman of the Houston Astros going to Jeff. Then we have Michael Conforto of the New York Mets headed to Cynthia. Freddie Freeman of the Atlanta Braves, and that is going to Leo. Brian Buxton of the Minnesota Twins headed to Cynthia. Then we have a Kyle Tucker out of 149 of the Houston Astros, and that is going to Jeff. Following that up with Mr. Chris Bryant Icons. Chris Bryant Icons of the the Chicago Cubs headed to Cynthia. And then we have a Trey Turner out of 149 of the Washington Nationals going to Joe. All right, let's look into our memorabilias here. We're going to have a big patch. That is Eddie Murray, 7 out of 25 of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Nick. And then last but not least, we're going to have a rookie, and that is Rafael Marchand of the Philadelphia Phillies, and that is going to Nick as well, and that is 18 out of 25. There we go. Nice hits. Let's run these down. Run through some of our inserts and numbered. We have the Trey Turner out of 149 of the Washington Nationals going to Joe. Following that up with Chris Bryant Icons of the Chicago Cubs headed to Cynthia. A Kyle Tucker out of 149 of the Houston Astros to Jeff. Paul Goldschmidt out of 199 of the St. Louis Cardinals going to Nick. Then we have Randy Arozarena of the Tampa Bay Rays to Cynthia. And Reggie Jackson of the New York Yankees going to Nick. And now on to our featured cards. First, the non-numbered Razel Iglesias of the Los Angeles Angels headed to Phil. Following that up, we're going to have the out of 35 Luis Garcia rookie signatures of the Washington Nationals going to Joe. Then we have 2 out of 25s. We have Rafael Marchand and Eddie Murray. Eddie Murray of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Nick. Rafael Marchand of the Philadelphia Phillies headed to Nick as well. And then here we go. And it is kaboom goes the dynamite. It is Cody Bellinger of the Los Angeles Dodgers headed to Nick. And with that, we are done with break 1262. Done with break 1262. We will be right back, still at BT Field, with some Prism Hobby Baseball. Alrighty, we are back and ready to rock and roll. Here we go. This is break 1263. The Prism Baseball one box pick your team. Zach Gallen of the Diamondbacks, Trevor Story of the Rockies, Francisco Lindor of the Mets, Blake Snell of the Padres, an Alex Manoah RC of the Toronto Blue Jays headed to Nick, followed by Vlad Guerrero of the Blue Jays. Then we have a Christian Pache rookie, and that is of the Atlanta Braves heading to Leo, headed to Steven. Sorry about that, folks. Was on the wrong one there. Then we have Will Crow, RC of the Pittsburgh Pirates, going to John. An old school Babe Ruth of the New York Yanks headed to Jeremy. Following that up with Kwang Hyun Kim of the St. Louis Cardinals. Then we have a blue Aristides Aquino of the Cincinnati Reds going to John, followed up by a slugger Cody Bellinger of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Joe. We have a Tucker Davidson RC, Tucker Davidson of the Atlanta Braves going to Steven, followed by Nolan Arenado of the St. Louis Cardinals, Mike Yastrzemski of the San Francisco Giants, a Luis Garcia of the Houston Astros going to Cynthia, Mike Piazza of the Mets, a Taylor Jones RC of the Houston Astros, and that is going to head to Cynthia. And new tonight with our we will not be doing the rookie rundown of the Prism Baseball just because there's so many except for parallels. Randy Johnson of the Diamondbacks, a fearless Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals headed to Adam. Then we have a Aristides Aquino of the Cincinnati Reds, and then we're going to have a snakeskin Dustin May out of 50 of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Joe. Following that up with a red Evan White of the Seattle Mariners headed to Jeremy. Then we have Charlie Blackmon of Fireworks of the Colorado Rockies. Andre Vaughn, RC of the Chicago White Sox headed to Joe, followed by Devi Garcia of the New York Yankees going to Jeremy. Then we have Bobby Dalbec of the Boston Red Sox. going to Jeff, followed by DJ LaMathia of the New York Yankees. A Chris Bubich RC of the Kansas City Royals headed to Adam, followed by Robin Yount of the Brewers. Then we have a stained glass Aaron Judge right there of the New York Yankees, and that is headed to Jeremy, followed by Juan Soto of the Nationals. A blue wave Noah Syndergaard of the New York Mets going to Jeremy out of 60. Nice hit right there, followed up by a red Anthony Santander of the Baltimore Orioles heading to Joe, followed by an O'Neill Cruz emergent of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to John. Alrighty. Yeah, it is weird that those stained glasses, I still like to toss them up on the featured because they're pretty, but yeah, it's very, very strange that they are so common. Ozzie Smith of the Cardinals, Justin Verlander of the Astros, a Logan Gilbert RC of the Seattle Mariners headed to Jeremy, followed by Brandon Woodruff of the Milwaukee Brewers, a Clark Schmidt RC of the New York Yankees, and that is going to Jeremy as well. Following that up with Pete Alonso of the Mets, Corbin Burnes of the Milwaukee Brewers. Then we have George Springer of the Toronto Blue Jays, an Illumination Randy Arozarena of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Robert, followed by Yadier Molina of the St. Louis Cardinals, and then a blue Alex Bregman of the Houston Astros. going to Cynthia. And then we have a Stargazing Lewis Robert of the Chicago White Sox. Stargazing Lewis Robert of the Chicago White Sox. And that is going to go to Joe. Max Scherzer of the Nationals, followed by an Evan White RC of the Seattle Mariners, and that is going to Jeremy. Following that up with Paul Goldschmidt of the St. Louis Cardinals, Justin Turner of the Dodgers, a Yona Heim RC of the Texas Rangers headed to Adam, followed by a Jake Woodruff RC of the St. Louis Cardinals headed to Travis. Then we have Sherton Apostle RC of the Texas Rangers going to Adam as well, followed by a Fearless Nate Pearson RC of the Toronto Blue Jays going to a Robert. Sandy Koufax of the Dodgers, followed by a red Jonathan Stiver RC out of 99. And that is going to be going to Joe with the White Sox. A Max Scherzer red right there of the Nationals headed to Jake as well. And then a championship stage Anthony Rizzo of the Chicago Cubs going to Joe. Alrighty, and we have 2, 4, 6, 7 packs left. Eloy Jimenez of the White Sox, Albert Pujols of the Los Angeles Angels, a Joey Bart RC of the San Francisco Giants headed to John, Noah Syndergaard of the Mets, Dansby Swanson of the Braves, a Brent Rooker RC of the Minnesota Twins, and that is going to John, followed by Shohei Ohtani of the Angels, an old school Ralph Kiner of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to John. Following that up with a Tariq Screwball RC, Tariq Screwball of the Detroit Tigers headed to Ethan. And then looks like we're going to have our first auto here. But first, a silver Tanner Hook RC of the Boston Red Sox going to Jeff. And then a Lumber Inc. Michael Conforto, Lumber Inc. right there of the New York Mets. And that is headed to Jeremy. And now on to our auto. We have a Sherton Apostle RC rookie autographs of the Texas Rangers, and that is going to be headed to Adam. Luis Campusano of the San Diego Padres going to Kevin, followed by Spencer Howard RC of the Philadelphia Phillies headed to Jeremy. Then we have a Trey Turner base of the Nationals, Jared Kelenic RC of the Seattle Mariners, followed by a Luis Alexander Basabe of the San Francisco Giants. Then we have a Fernando Tatis of the Padres, Jeff McNeil of the Mets, a Freddie Freeman illumination right there of the Atlanta Braves headed to Steven, a Seth Romeo RC of the Washington Nationals to Jake. Then we have a blue Wyatt Matheson RC of the Arizona Diamondbacks headed to Joe, followed by a stargazing Trevor Bauer of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Joe as well. And here we go. Boom shaka laka right there. The orange tiger stripes right there. And I'm trying to figure out which one that would be. It's not numbered. Fire card right there. Very cool looking. I just cannot get a number on it. The Tiger Stripes. Tiger Stripes right there. And that is going to be going to the Texas Rangers with Adam. Nice hit right there. Oh, wow. That's a case hit. We will mag that bad boy up. My apologies there. I was struggling to figure out which one that is. That is fancy as heck. So I don't see anything about it. So I'll let Brett do some research on that, and he can let me know if I should mag that bad boy up or not. Super rare. All right. That's getting magged then. Getting the sizzle sticker. Austin Meadows of the Tampa Bay Rays, followed by Adalton Jeffries RC of the Oakland Athletics, going to Jeremy. Following up with a Daniel Lynch RC of the Kansas City Royals, headed to Adam. And then we have Alex Verdugo of the Boston Red Sox, Yu Darvish of the Padres, Gleyber Torres of the Yanks, Ricky Henderson of the Oakland Athletics, a Buster Posey illumination of the San Francisco Giants, going to John, followed by a Will Craig RC, Will Craig of the Pittsburgh Pirates RC, headed to John. And then we have a Ramon Laureano out of 199 of the Oakland Athletics, going to Jeremy, followed up by a red RC, Luis Patino of the Tampa Bay Rays, going to Robert. And then a rookie class, Devi Garcia of the New York Yankees, and that is going to Jeremy. And that Tiger Stripes was Isaiah Kiner Falefa. Jared Olivia RC of the Pittsburgh Pirates, headed to John, followed by Ryan Castellani of the Colorado Rockies, going to Adam. Then we have Jack Morris of the Twins, Ronald Acuna of the Braves, a Kyle Cody RC of the Texas Rangers. Kyle Cody of the Texas Rangers. And that is heading to Adam, followed by Brandon Biak of the Houston Astros, going to Cynthia, followed up by Mitchell White of the Los Angeles Dodgers, going to Joe, followed up by a fearless Chris Bryant of the Chicago Cubs. Fearless Chris Bryant of the Chicago Cubs right there. Chipper Jones of the Atlanta Braves. For sure, Phil, go for it. Chipper Jones of the Atlanta Braves, followed by a silver Lance Lynn of the Chicago White Sox, headed to Joe. And then we have an emergent Nick Lodolo of the Cincinnati Reds, going to John. Yeah, I would love it if you did that. And then we're going to have a rookie auto, and that is Keegan Akin of the Baltimore Orioles. Out of 75, and that is going to Joe. Yeah, that Tiger stripe, it doesn't seem like it was worthy of a mag from a financial perspective, but you know what? That's a very cool card, a very rare hit, so we will we'll still mag that up and get that over to Adam. Brooks Robinson of the Orioles. That Victor Gonzalez RC of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Joe. Followed up by Jose Garcia RC of the Cincinnati Reds going to John. Ramon Urias of the Baltimore Orioles, and that is going to be going to Joe as well. Ramon Laureano of the Oakland Athletics, and Alex Baum RC of the Philadelphia Phillies headed to Jeremy. And then Drew Rasmussen of the Milwaukee Brewers, and that is going to Phil. Then we have Kevin Biggio of the Toronto Blue Jays, Nolan Arenado of the St. Louis Cardinals headed to Travis. Then we have Nick Nieder of the RC of the Miami Marlins going to Jeremy. And then a blue Nick Madrigal of the Chicago White Sox headed to Joe. And followed up by a Sluggers, Teoscar Hernandez of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Robert. Trevor Bauer of the Dodgers, Tanner Hook of the Boston Red Sox RC going to Jeff, followed by David Peterson RC of the New York Mets going to Jeremy, followed by Ryan Weathers of the San Diego Padres going to Kevin. Then we have Mr. Cabrian Hayes of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and that is going to John, followed by Daniel Johnson of the Cleveland Guardians heading to Cynthia. Letty Traveris of the Texas Rangers RC going to Adam. Then we have an Illumination, Cody Bellinger of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Joe, followed up by a Dane Dunning RC. Dane Dunning of the Texas Rangers headed to Adam. And then out of 125, Rafael Marchand of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Jeremy. A fearless Fernando Tatis Jr. of the San Diego Padres headed to Kevin. Following that up with Dylan Carlson, rookie class of the St. Louis Cardinals to Travis. And we got one pack left in this one. Garrett Cole of the New York Yankees, Corey Seager of the Angels, Mark McGwire of the Cardinals, Jose Ramirez of the Guardians, a Rafael Marchand RC of the Philadelphia Phillies headed to John, followed by Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals, Rhys Hoskins of the Phillies, Casey Mize RC of the Detroit Tigers headed to Ethan, followed by an Illumination Kyle Lewis of the Seattle Mariners going to Jeremy. Followed up with that with a silver Drew Rasmussen of the Milwaukee Brewers going to Phil. Then a silver rookie class Joe Adell of the Los Angeles Angels headed to Phil. And here we go, our last rookie auto, and that is going to be Cabrian Hayes of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and that is going to John, and that is out of 50. 4 out of 50 of the Pittsburgh Pirates right there, heading to John. What a rookie auto right there. Great hit. Then we have a Joe, so we'll run these rookies down, the rookie parallels down in inserts. The Joe Adell Silver rookie class of the Angels, Drew Rasmussen Silver of the Milwaukee Brewers, the rookie class Dylan Carlson of the St. Louis Cardinals, the out of 30 or 125 Rafael Marchand of the Phillies, Nick Madrigal of the Chicago White Sox, followed by Deivi Garcia of the Yankees, Luis Patino of the Tampa Bay Rays, Riot Matheson of the Arizona Diamondbacks, a silver Tanner Hook of the Boston Red Sox, followed by a red out of 99. That's going to be Jonathan Stiver of the White Sox, Nate Pearson, So Fearless RC, and then Evan White of the Seattle Mariners. All right, which you know what that means. We're going to give that Brian Hayes a little sizzle sticker. Alrighty, first our 2 inserts. We have the out of 50 snakeskin. That's Dustin May of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Dustin May of the Los Angeles Dodgers, and that is going to Joe. Following that up with a Aaron Judge stained glass, and that is of the Yankees, going to Jeremy. Then we have 2 rookie autos. We have the Keegan Akin and the Shirt and Apostle. That Keegan Akin out of 75. Shirt and Apostle silver. That's of the Texas Rangers, headed to Adam. And Keegan Akin of the Baltimore Orioles going to Joe. And then last but not least, we have our 2 sizzle stickers. We have the Tiger Stripes, Isaiah Kiner Falefi of the Texas Rangers, and the Brian Hayes rookie auto out of 50. Brian Hayes of the Pittsburgh Pirates, headed to John, and then Isaiah of the Texas Rangers, headed to Adam. And with that, we are done with break 1263. We will be back with break number 1264 from BT Field in just a moment. Alrighty, we are back and ready to rock and roll. This is going to be 2021 Panini Certified Hobby 1 box break number 1264. And let's dive into this bad boy. Mac Jones getting nuts lately. Love to see that. We've got some more certified pick your teams available on the schedule as well. We have Michael Thomas of the Saints, followed by a Travis Kelce Stars of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Richard. Then we have Tua of the Miami Dolphins and Chase Young of the Washington Football Team. And the memorabilia is going to be a rookie patch auto, freshman fabrics, Terrace Marshall Jr., and that is 1 out of 199 of the Carolina Panthers, heading to Todd. On to our second pack in this one. Another memorabilia right off the gate. We have Drew Lock of the Denver Broncos, a gold team. Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts, headed to Cynthia. Following that up with Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Chiefs and Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills. And then our memorabilia is going to be a Dwayne Eskridge New Generations 154 out of 249 of the Seattle Seahawks. And that is going to be going to Brad. Brandon Ayuk of the San Francisco 49ers. Then we have a Darius Slayton out of 50 of the New York Giants headed to Kevin. Followed up by a Leonard Fournette 2021 graffiti of the Jacksonville Jaguars headed to James Robinson. Sorry, not Leonard Fournette. James Robinson of the Jaguars going to Mark. Then we have a Miles Sanders of the Eagles and Alvin Kamara of the New Orleans Saints. It'll be interesting to see what happens with Carolina. Like, does Joe Brady turn Darnold around? Like, I mean, look at Ryan Tannehill leaves Adam Gase and turns it on. Darius Slayton of the Giants, followed by a Demetric Felton of the Cleveland Browns. That's out of $3.99, and that is going to Mike. Then we have that filler in there. Then we have a Delvin Cook dark horse of the Minnesota Vikings going to Adam, followed up by Tyreek Hill of the Chiefs and DK Metcalf of the Seahawks. Lamar Jackson of the Ravens, Devontae Adams of the Green Bay Packers, and then boom goes the dynamite. It is a Trevor Lawrence graffiti out of 249. That's going to be a nice hit right there for Mark with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Give that the fireworks as we did. And now here comes the sizzle sticker. Followed by a Daniel Jones of the Giants and J.K. Dobbins of the Baltimore Ravens. $138 right there. We have Deshaun Watson of the Houston Texans. Then we have a little Delvin Cook out of $199 of the Minnesota Vikings going to Adam. Followed up by a seal of approval, Alvin Kamara of the New Orleans Saints headed to Tiger, Aaron Rodgers of the Packers, and David Johnson of the Houston Texans. CeeDee Lamb of the Cowboys. And then we have a Pieces of the Game Christian Kirk out of 249. Christian Kirk out of 249 of the Arizona Cardinals headed to Josh, followed by a Stars Saquon Barkley of the New York Giants, and that is headed to Kevin. Then we have a Mike Evans of the Buccaneers and Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs. Three packs left. We have Damian Harris of the Patriots. And then we have a mirror, Boston Scott out of 15. 15 out of 15 of the Philadelphia Eagles headed to Adam. Followed by a gold team, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Tom Brady going to Brad. Followed up by Stephon Diggs of the Buffalo Bills and Joe Mixon of the Bengals. Jared Goff of the Lions, followed by Rondale Moore out of 199 of the Arizona Cardinals. Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals right there. Then we're going to have a graffiti CD Lamb. It's graffiti CD Lamb of the Dallas Cowboys going to Katrina. That Rondale Moore of the Cardinals was heading to Josh. Followed up by Delvin Cook of the Vikings and DJ Chark of the Jaguars. And we're on to the last pack here. TJ Watt of the Steelers, Tyler Lockett out of 249. Tyler Lockett out of 249 of the Seattle Seahawks headed to Brad. Then we have a Stars, Zeke Elliott of the Dallas Cowboys headed to Katrina. Following that up with DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals and Josh Jacobs of the Raiders. And here we go. Let's run down our 2 rookies. Demetric Felton out of 399 of the Browns going to Mike. And Rondale Moore out of 199 of the Arizona Cardinals headed to Josh. And now on to our featured cards. Our 2 veteran hits right here. We have the mirror signatures 15 out of 15. Boston Scott, the Philadelphia Eagles going to Adam. And then a Christian Kirk out of 249 pieces of the game of the Arizona Cardinals going to Josh. Following that up with 2 rookies. We have the new generation patch out of 249, Dwayne Eskridge of the Seahawks. And then out of 199, Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers with the freshman fabric. And that is going to Todd. Dwayne Eskridge of the Seahawks going to Brad. And then last but not least, we have the out of 249 graffiti Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And with that, we are done with break 1264. We will be back in 10 minutes with the Panini Chronicles 1-box break 1265. Alrighty, we are back and we're ready to dive into some Chronicles football. But first, we have our next keyword. Our next movie guessing keyword. And that is going to be Ford. John will drop that in the chat and guessing can begin. Mindhunter incorrect. The keywords are in the chat. Murder, White, and Ford were the three guesses. Boardwalk Empire incorrect. The People vs. O.J. Simpson is correct. Yeah, Larry McIntosh gets it. Let's see what Larry's going to get.
I said Nicholas Smith Stanley.
Oh, Nicholas Smith Stanley gets it. My mistake.
Does that count? It said the O.J. Simpson series.
Oh, no, it definitely goes to Larry then. It's okay. People versus O.J. Simpson. Sorry about the confusion there. Let's see what we're going to get for Larry. Yeah, there's a few of them, but here we go. It's the 1945 end of World War II. This could be an interesting little card pack for sure. I don't know what to expect here. We have a Jimmy Stewart promoted, followed by a NHL championship 1945, a Russia enters the Pacific War 1945, followed by a Charlie Trippy, that looks like a little football. The Anchors Away of the Allies are right there. Then we have Jimmy Fox retired, a raid on Cabanatuan. Then we have a Fugo Balloon Kills, followed by a King Cole Trio. That's a cool card right there. And then Cordell Hull with the Nobel Prize. Interesting right there. Alrighty, and with that giveaway, this is 1265, the 2021 Chronicles Draft Picks One Box Pick Your Team Auction. Right? Yeah, some of our giveaways are going to be great football cards, and other ones are going to be fun. I've got some Space Jam coming, but that just keeps getting pushed back. We have a Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers headed to Dan, followed by a Trevor Lawrence right off the bat. The Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars headed to Edward. Then we have a Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles. Right there, followed by a Spectra Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars going to Edward. And then we have a Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Nick. Following that up with a Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Jordan. And then a Tylan Wallace of the Baltimore Ravens, and that is going to be heading to Tyler. For this Panini Chronicles 1265, we have it as Daniel with the Steelers. And then here we go. We have a Whop Filer auto. Whop Filer of the Minnesota Vikings. And that is going to Nick. Yep, that break will be later tonight. That is our Break Traders late night ones. Another Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers right off the bat right there. And that is headed to Daniel, followed by Patrick Surtain II of the Denver Broncos going to Jesse. Then we have a Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers headed to Daniel. We will fill it. We will break it if it fills, Nicholas. Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Daniel, and another Najee Harris. Just a hot box of Najee. And those are all going to Daniel, followed by a Trevor Lawrence recon of the Jacksonville Jaguars to Edward. Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions. Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions going to Steven. And then we have another Najee Harris right there. Wow, there had to be like 5 Najee Harrises in that pack. And we're going to have a redemption, and it is going to be a Rashad Bateman Origins rookie autographs. Rashad Bateman Origin rookie autograph of the Baltimore Ravens headed to Tyler. No worries. We have Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills. Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills. Yes, we did. You can scroll back and find that. Right. Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons headed to Jordan. Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions going to Steven. Following that up, we have an Elijah Moore of the New York Jets, and that is going to Matthew. Yep, yeah, looks like you do have the Broncos, Jay. And Michael Carter of the New York Jets going to Matthew right there, followed by a Trey Lance XR edition of the 49ers going to Daniel. Then we have Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers. Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers, and that is going to Dusty, followed by Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to Phil. No code on that Prism basketball. We did have a nice code on Wednesday, but we're not gonna be coding that up tonight. That you can though. You could grab 3 teams out of that, or grab 1 team from that and 2 teams from a cheaper break, and use our 10% off 3. That automatically gets applied in the checkout. Then we have another Najee Harris of the Steelers, followed by Justin Fields. Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Stacy. A Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings headed to Nick. Then we have Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Nick. Followed by Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts headed to Jordan. And then we have a Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers headed to Nick, and a Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Edward. And here we go. Our next memorabilia going to be a full coverage Jalen Waddle. Full coverage Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins headed to Josh. What rookie wide receiver is going to have the best rookie year? You know, last year Justin Jefferson by a long shot, but like that was, I mean, compared to most years, that was really an outlier. Typically, those rookie wide receivers don't get going in year 1. We may have some later, but as of right now, we are cruising through without any teams to auction. Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars, followed by Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars, and another Travis Etienne of the Jags, all heading to Edward. Following that up with a Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens going to Tyler, and Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos headed to Jesse. Javonte Williams could have a very strong year as well. And then we're going to have an Origins auto out of 149. That is Mr. Dylan Moses. Dylan Moses of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And that is headed to Edward. Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars, That a little right there, a little Chronicles base, followed by Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles. And then we got Mac Diddley Jones of the New England Patriots headed to Brian. Followed up by another Trevor Lawrence of the Jags headed to Edward. And then a Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to Dusty. Followed by, speak of the devil, Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Larry. A Trey Lance Flux edition headed to Daniel. And Rashad Bateman of the Ravens going to Tyler. Devonta Smith is getting a lot of love in the chat of the best rookie receiver this year. I think it's going to be Jalen Waddle, but that is just me. All right, let's run these top rooks down. Trey Lance of the 49ers, Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles, Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars, Mac Jones of the Patriots, Trevor Lawrence, Travis Etienne of the Jaguars, Trevor Lawrence, Travis Etienne, Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts, Kyle Trask again, Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings, Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears, Najee Harris of the Steelers, Trey Lance of the 49ers, Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons, Najee Harris, Trevor Lawrence, Najee Harris, Patrick Surtain II of the Broncos, Najee Harris, Kyle Pitts, Kyle Trask, Trevor Lawrence, and Najee Harris. I would say Jalen Hurts more up in the air than Tua up in the air, but that's just like I feel like they brought in what's his name to compete with Jalen Hurts, the mustache man himself. All right, our first two hits, we have the Whop Filer of the Minnesota Vikings headed to Nick, and Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins headed to Josh. I don't think there's like a great rookie wide receiver and a great quarterback situation right now. And then here we go. We have two Origins autos. We have the Dylan Moses out of 149 of the Jaguars headed to Edward, and the Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens headed to Tyler. My brother's a huge Dolphins fan, so we argue about this all the time. Alrighty, folks. We are going to take a quick break here with Revolution Basketball scheduled for 8:40. We will be right back from the hardwood. No break, actually, just right back from the hardwood. Alrighty, we are back. I would agree that Jamar Chase isn't in a bad situation. I do think that it might take Burrow a little bit to get going. He hasn't looked great early on this year from the reports I've read and seen. I haven't watched him though, so I can't really speak to it. And Chase Young had 9 targets and 1 catch in the preseason. The dude has a little case of the yips. It seems like a little case of the yips. Alrighty, we're gonna do our randomization of our next keyword. And that is going to be Ford. All right, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Josh Franklin.
Josh Franklin getting a little Diamond Kings baseball. Matt Carpenter, followed by a crowning moment, Adrian Beltre of the Los Angeles Dodgers, Juan Soto of the Nationals, Carl Hubel of the Yanks, and a Masters of the Game, Aaron Nola. Alrighty, and you know what? We've got this basketball break coming up, so let's put some more basketball in the giveaway bin. We have this 2020 Panini Prism draft picks. Can go try to chase some LaMelo and Anthony Edwards autos in here. We have the exclusive Purple Wave and Green Pulsar Prisms as well. And then the ultra rare Downtowns. 7 packs of 4 cards each. Going to be going in the giveaway stock. Alrighty. Looks like no teams to auction off here. We will have one team to auction off in the next one. Here we go. This is break number 1266. The 2020-21 Panini Revolution 1-box Pick Your Team auction. We'd love to see that Prism basketball hobby go. We haven't opened one of those in a while. Might have to run a little discount. We'll definitely run a discount for that by Wednesday if it doesn't go. Love trying to do the Wednesday, the basketball discounts on Wednesday. Tonight we're focused on some baseball. We got some Absolute Baseball and Prism Baseball discounts going right now. We have Carmelo Anthony of the Trailblazers, D'Angelo Russell of the Timberwolves, Kevin Love of the Cavaliers, and then we do have liftoff. That is Ja Morant of the Memphis Grizzlies, headed to Kevin. Cool looking card with those colors right there. And then we have Devin Vassell of the San Antonio Spurs going to Christian. Alrighty, we have Andre Drummond of the Cleveland Cavaliers headed to Cynthia, followed by Steven Adams of the New Orleans Pelicans going to Anuza. Then we have a Karis Levert of the Brooklyn Nets going to Christopher, followed up by a Jimmy Butler Astro of the Miami Heat headed to Cynthia, and then a Rookie Revolution, Devin Vassell of the San Antonio Spurs going to Christian. Mr. CEO, correct right there. That is out of 50. The out of 50 cubic Ja Morant. Thank you for that, Mr. CEO. We have Kyle Kuzma of the Lakers, Brooke Lopez of the going to Trey, Brooke Lopez of the Milwaukee Bucks headed to Steven, Jaylen Brown of the Celtics going to Tiger. Then we have a Cassius Stewart of the Astros, and that is of the Indiana Pacers going to Tyson, followed by a Trey Jones of the San Antonio Spurs headed to Christian. Christian starting off hot with 3 Spurs Rooks cards right there. Lou Williams of the Clippers, Chris Paul of the Suns, Bradley Beal of the Washington Wizards. Then we're going to have a little Al Horford Astro of the Thunder, and that is headed to Bryce, followed by a Vortex Kyle Lowry of the Toronto Raptors, headed to Todd. 4 packs left in this one. CJ McCollum of the Portland Trailblazers heading to Jordan. Nikola Jokic of the Denver Nuggets going to Zerk. Followed by Giannis of the Milwaukee Bucks going to Steven. And then a Paul George, and that is going to be an impact out of 149 of the Los Angeles Clippers headed to Christopher. And then we have a Jameis or Ramsey RC of the Sacramento Kings going to Rob. 3 left. Kristaps Porzingis of the Mavs, Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers, Tim Hardaway Jr. of the Mavs. Then we have an Elijah Hughes Groove RC of the Utah Jazz headed to David, followed up by a Shockwave Revolution Rudy Gobert of the Jazz also going to David. And we got 2 packs left in this break. Zach LaVine of the Bulls, Kemba Walker of the Celtics, Kelly Oubre Jr. of the Golden State Warriors. We have a Supernova Trae Young of the Atlanta Hawks going to Brad. Following that up with a Aleksej Pokusevski RC of the Oklahoma City headed to Bryce. Gordon Hayward of the Hornets. Going to Jack. Followed by Chris Middleton of the Milwaukee Bucks. Going to Steven. Kyle Lowry of the Toronto Raptors headed to Todd. Followed up by a Kevin Love, and that is a Kevin Love Groove of the Cleveland Cavaliers headed to Cynthia. And then a Vortex Domantas Sabonis of the Indiana Pacers headed to Tyson. What's going on, T-Man? Good to see you. Alrighty, let's run down some of these veterans. We have the Astro Jimmy Butler, the Astro Al Horford, an Impact Paul George out of 149 just to get started. Then we're going with a little bit of another groove, a groove Kevin Love of the Cleveland Cavaliers headed to Cynthia. And then we have a Vortex Domantas Sabonis of the Pacers, Vortex Kyle Lowry of the Raptors, a Shockwave Revolution Rudy Gobert, and a Supernova Trae Young of the Atlanta Hawks. And now on to our rookie rundown. We have Aleksej Pokusevski of the Thunder, Elijah Hughes Groove Edition of the Utah Jazz, Jameis Ramsey of the Kings, Trey Jones of the Spurs, Cassius Stewart of the Pacers, a Rookie Revolution Devin Vassell of the Spurs, and then a base Devin Vassell of the Spurs as well. And then our featured card is a Houston. We have a liftoff, and that is a cubic out of 50. That is Mr. Ja Morant of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Kevin. You have not, T-Man. That will be coming up after this next break, which we are going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be right back with break 1267. We are back from the hardwood and we are ready for break 1267. Right here we have one team to auction off. Robert, there won't be an individual video of break 1264 posted until after the show this evening. But you can go to BreakTraders.com. That's BreakTraders.com. Or sorry, I don't know why I said that. You can scroll back in this stream to find it. So we have the Utah Jazz. The bidding for the Jazz will begin at $5 in increments of $1. Do we have 5 for the Jazz? 5 from Brad, and we'll start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. And with this one, if there's any bids within the 30-second window, we will start a 15-second timer after that. Alrighty. Brad takes it. Brad, you can pay via the PayPal link in the chat. Just send $5 right there. And while we wait to receive Brad's payment, we will do our next keyword giveaway. And it is going to be a revenge. And as soon as that is in the chat, you can start getting you can start your guessing. Ozarks is incorrect. Who Killed Sarah? Incorrect. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, incorrect. Billions, incorrect. Sons of Anarchy, incorrect. And Ricardo, you may want to switch over to YouTube so that you can enter into our, or you can watch our, or enter into our giveaways. And with that, I believe the keyword guessing has ended. Keyword show giveaway, keyword guessing has ended. Alrighty there. All right, and Brad, I don't believe we have received payment. I will check again. Brad, just drop your payment to the link in the chat. Brad, please let us know when you send payment. Alrighty, well, while we wait to receive that payment, we'll just run the randomization of Revenge. So if you haven't typed Revenge in the chat, do it now. Type Revenge in the chat and we will do the randomization of it. And this is our last eBay break of the evening, or of the first round eBay breaks of BT East Coast. Next up, we have break 1143, the Panini Black Division Random. Then we have a Certified Football Division Random, a Panini Black Hit Draft, a Certified Football Pick Your Team, and then at 10 o'clock, it's our Panini Black Giveaway Card Random. Very excited about that. That's based on our Instagram giveaway right there. You will find out the show after we go through all the guessing. And folks, if you got excited by that 2021 Panini Black Hit Draft, we have another one. We have another one available that we're trying to break before 10:30, and you can use promo code BLKPAN30 for 30% off. There is T-Man. If it doesn't work, just shoot me an email with the order number and I will get you refunded on that. I'm not sure. Shopify's been having some issues lately. All right, John, I'll start the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It is T-Man.
T-Man with the giveaway. Let's see what he's got. And it's going to be that Prism Draft Picks basketball. And Brad, we did receive payment. Thank you. Yudoko Azubuki, followed by Aaron Naismith. Then we have a Daniel Arturo and Tyler Bay. And with that, we are ready to rock and roll. This is break 1267. Break 1267, 2020-21 Revolution Hobby One Box. Pick your team. Christian Wood, followed by Miles Bridges of the Hornets, Jamal Murray of the Denver Nuggets, and then we're going to have a fractal Mitchell Robinson of the New York Knicks, and that is going to be going to Paul. Following that up with a Skylar Mars RC of the Atlanta Hawks going to Rob. I saw that. I didn't think it made a lot of sense for the Pistons. Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks, Rudy Gobert of the Jazz, Devonta Graham of the Hornets, a Gordon Hayward Astro of the Charlotte Hornets going to Brad, followed by a rookie revolution Isaac Okoro of the Cleveland Cavaliers going to David. Devin Booker of the Suns, followed by Steph Curry of the Warriors, LaMarcus Aldridge of the Spurs, a Terrell Terry Astro of the Dallas Mavericks going to Eugene, following that up with a Sadiq Bey RC of the Detroit Pistons going to Tyler. And maybe the money. Brandon Clark of the Grizzlies, Jaren Jackson of the Grizzlies, Alfred Payton of the Knicks, a Rui Hachimura of the Washington Wizards. That's a little Astro, and that is going to Brad, followed by a Shockwave Revolution, Karl Anthony Towns of the Minnesota Timberwolves, headed to Brian. We've seen an Edwards, just not like a huge Edwards. So maybe Brandon Ingram of the Pelicans, DeJounte Murray of the Spurs. Then we have a little Draymond Green of the Golden State Warriors, followed by a LeBron James Sunburst out of 75. Beautiful Lakers card right there going to Anthony. 34 out of 75 to be exact. Followed by a Peyton Pritchard RC of the Boston Celtics headed to Anthony. Not tonight, sorry. I thought you meant our first in Revolution product. Sorry about that. Brett Diddley, Brett. Jason Tatum of the Celtics, John Collins of the Hawks, RJ Barrett of the Knicks. Then we're going to have an Isaac Okoro, and that is a groove of the Cleveland Cavaliers headed to David, followed by a Vortex Chris Paul of the of the Phoenix Suns going to Cynthia. This is break 1267. I believe you were in 1266, Rob, which just went, so you can scroll back. Followed by Paul George of the Clippers, DeMar DeRozan of the Spurs, Buddy Hield of the Kings, a Vortex Jimmy Butler of the Miami Heat, and that is going to Nice. Followed by a little Kenyon Martin Jr. RC of the Houston Rockets, and that is headed to Cynthia. Damian Lillard of the Trailblazers, Joel Embiid of the 76ers, Bam Adebayo of the Heat. Then we have a DeJounte Murray groove of the San Antonio Spurs, and that is going to be going to Christian. Following that up with a Patrick Williams RC of the Chicago Bulls going to Richard. All right, that means we're going to have to be dropping that LeBron. Dropping that LeBron in a sizzle sticker area. Let's do that. Great little sunburst LeBron hit. I really don't like these mags at all, but it's so hard to get them that alrighty. Let's run down some of our inserts. We have the Vortex Jimmy Butler of the Heat, the Vortex Chris Paul of the Suns, and a Shockwave Revolution Karl Anthony Towns of the Twins. Then we're going to have a Astro Rui Hachimura of the Wizards going to Brad, an Astro Gordon Hayward of the Hornets to Brad, a Groove DeJounte Murray of the Spurs headed to Christian, and a Fractal Mitchell Robinson of the New York Knicks headed to Paul. Here we go. We have the Rookie Revolution Patrick Williams of the Chicago Bulls going to Richard. Kenyon Martin Jr. of the Houston Rockets heading to Cynthia. A Groove Isaac Okoro of the Cleveland Cavaliers headed to David. Peyton Pritchard of the Boston Celtics to Anthony. Sadiq Bey of the Detroit Pistons headed to Tyler. Followed by a Terrell Terry Astro and of the Dallas Mavericks headed to Eugene. Followed by a Rookie Revolution Isaac Okoro of the Cleveland Cavaliers to David. And a Skylar Mars of the Atlanta Hawks going to Rob. And here we go. It is going to be a LeBron James Sunburst out of 75. LeBron James Sunburst 75. Nice hit right there. That's the Lakers going to Anthony. And with that, that is number 34 out of 75. We are done with break 1267. We'll be right back from BT Field for a Panini Black Division Random. Alrighty, we are back with the Panini Black release party, and we have a division random to get us started. This is break 1143, the 2021 Panini Black division random. Let's see how many times we are going to randomize this bad boy. That's going to be 8 times. And Panini Black just on fire since the release date. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. In terms of value, it has really gone through the roof. At least my distributor went in on Wednesday. He was like, you can buy these you can buy Panini Black for X amount of dollars, and then Thursday it had gone up $40, and then today I called to place an order and it went up another $25. It's absolutely wild what the market's doing for that. All right, we have T-Man with the AFC East, NFC North, and NFC South. Bill with the AFC North and AFC West. Jordan with the AFC South, and Dan with the NFC West. We'll get those teams loaded for y'all as we get this box open. The teams are loaded and we are getting ready to rock and roll. At the current market prices for Panini Black, we're looking at over $100 per card, which is crazy. Alrighty. We're going to get started right here with a little Panini Black. This looks like it's going to be a base. Amari Rodgers, 19 out of 25 of the Green Bay Packers. 19 out of 25 of the Green Bay Packers. And that is headed to T-Man. Our next base is going to be a Antonio Gibson of the Washington football team, and that is headed to T-Man. Love this car, looking very sleek right there. Next up, it looks like we're going to have a memorabilia, and it is going to be a Panini Black out of 50 rookie patch auto. That's a Ramondre Stevenson with the sizable Sigs jersey. 18 out of 50. Ramondre Stevenson of the New England Patriots heading to T-Man. And that is a 4-color patch right there. We're going to follow that one up. With a redemption. And it is going to be a rookie patch autographs, Justin Fields. Justin Fields right there. Huge hit. And that is going to T-Man. And I know this is the redemption, but because I want to show it off at the end of the break, that's getting a mag because, you know, when it gets there for T-Man, he'll need that mag anyway. Huge hit right there. And our final hit is going to be another Ramondre Stevenson sizable signatures patch. This one 59 out of 99 of the New England Patriots, also headed to T-Man. And now we get to do something that I've never been able to do before with these cards while we run them down. We'll be able to compare some signatures. Alrighty, here we go. We have the Antonio Gibson. The Antonio Gibson Antonio Gibson base right there, the Washington football team, followed up by the 19 out of 25. 19 out of 25, Amari Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers headed to T-Man. And next up, we have two Ramondre Stevenson autos, rookie patch autos for T-Man. The first one is going to be 59 out of 99, sizable signatures right there. And then we have 18 out of 50, and definitely different autographs right there. Different signatures. Loving this out of 50. That's a phenomenal 4-color patch there for T-Man. And then last but not least, coming at you from the Windy City, it is a Justin Fields rookie patch auto. That is a redemption right there, card number 203. Nice redemption for T-Man. What a break for T-Man right there. And with that, we are done with break 1143. Done with break 1143. And before we move on to this certified football, we are going to do our next keyword giveaway, and that is going to be heist. Going to be heist. You'll have 1 minute to guess the show once John drops it in the chat. They'll be up after tonight's break, Daniel. I do them like right after we shut it down for the night. Lupin is correct. Lupin is correct. And Adam is going to get a Dave and Adam's Card World card. A little Beckett football Jags man, Trevor Lawrence. Just great guess. Not the best giveaway pull, but I did put I did do that Sage football in a top loader in the in there now, so that along with some other top loaded cards. So that way it wouldn't be just like obvious when I grabbed it, because it was just a thick card. But there's a Sage box in there as well. That's a little $100 giveaway that you can access. Alrighty, we are on to our next break. Here we go, folks. This is break 1217. Break 1217, it's a division random for certified football. So I cut that box a hot second early. Thought it was a pick your team. Sorry about that. Let's get that rocking and rolling right here. We'll see how many times we're going to randomize this. 5 times. Bang! There we go. And we have Robert with the AFC East, Mr. CEO with the AFC North and NFC South, Mark with the AFC South, Cynthia with the AFC West, Chris with the NFC East, Chad with the NFC North, and Double M with the NFC West. Alrighty. Let's dive into this one as we get those teams loaded. there will be the opportunity for a snake after BT late night kicks off for sure. Hoping to still fill some more spots. Hoping to get at least one more Panini Black or two more Panini Black in before the 10:30 kickoff or 10:30 kickoff of BT West Coast. We have 3 spots left in a Panini Black card random and 4 spots left in a Panini Black hit draft. You can get those for 30% off. DeAndre Swift of the Detroit Lions. DeAndre Swift of the Detroit Lions. Followed up by the filler card right there. Then we're going to have a Joey Burrow graffiti of the Cincinnati Bengals headed to Mr. CEO. Following that up with Stephon Diggs of the Buffalo Bills and Joe Mixon of the Bengals. And here we go. Our first card rookie in this one out of 399. Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys. Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys going to Chris. Brandon Cooks of the Houston Texans, followed by Taysom Hill of the New Orleans Saints. And then we're going to have a out of 199 graffiti of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to Mr. CEO, followed up by Delvin Cook of the Vikings and DJ Chark of the Jaguars. Drew Lock of the Broncos, followed by a Christian McCaffrey out of 10. Christian McCaffrey out of 10 right there of the Carolina Panthers heading to Mr. CEO. Followed up by a Patrick Mahomes dark horse of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Cynthia. And then we have a DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals and Josh Jacobs of the Raiders. Brandon Ayuk of the 49ers, followed by a seal of approval, Lamar Jackson of the Baltimore Ravens to Mr. CEO. Following that up with Tua of the Miami Dolphins and Chase Young of the Washington Football Team. And here we go, folks. We have it. It is a Austin Eckler out of 99 of the Los Angeles Chargers heading to Cynthia. 3-color patch right there. Allen Robinson of the Bears. Allen Robinson of the Bears. Followed by a filler right there. And then we have a graffiti Zach Wilson. Graffiti Zach Wilson right there. And that is of the New York Jets going to Robert. Nice hit right there. Followed by Miles Sanders of the Eagles and Alvin Kamara of the Saints. It would depend. Basically, I'll put in a Google form for the snake, and people would vote on it, and they would have the prices right there. And then out of 199, we have Nishan Wright RC of the Dallas Cowboys headed to Chris. But I won't even start asking about the snake till 10:30. Darius Slayton of the Giants. Following that up with a Stars Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Cynthia. Then we have a Nick Chubb of the Browns and Matt Ryan of the Atlanta Falcons. And here we go. Our next hit is going to be a Mirror Signatures Kyle Long of the Kansas City Chiefs, and that is headed to Cynthia. And we got 4 packs left. No worries. You can go to BreakTraders.com for 20% off your first purchase. Myles Garrett of the Browns, followed by Russell Wilson out of 299 of the Seahawks, headed to Double M right there. Then we have a Elvin Kamara Dark Horses of the New Orleans Saints to Mr. CEO, following that up by Tyreek Hill of the Chiefs and DK Metcalf of the Seahawks. All the breaks that are on the bottom, well, most of those are already filled. There's some that need spots that still have spots open and those would be on the website. There's 5 spots left there, but then we have a lot of other open spots and breaks on the website, and as those fill, we will close those. Speaking of open breaks, Panini Black. We have a card random and a hit draft. Would love to see those fill. DJ Moore of the Panthers, a seal of approval. TJ Watt of the Steelers to Mr. CEO, followed by Daniel Jones of the Giants and J.K. Dobbins of the Ravens. And here we go. It is going to be an Anthony Schwartz freshman fabrics out of 349, and that is the 3-color patch, rookie patch auto right there of the Cleveland Browns to Mr. CEO. Two packs left. I'm shocked that those Panini Blacks didn't fill right away after that first box. That was a great first box right there. Ryan Tannehill of the Tennessee Titans headed to Mark. A Stars, Matt Stafford of the Rams going to Double M. Bless you, John. Followed by Aaron Rodgers of the Packers and David Johnson of the Houston Texans. And then we're going to have a Keenan Allen out of 99 patch of the Chargers headed to Cynthia. Cynthia getting the starting RB and the starting wide receiver patches for the Chargers. Remember, 30% off those Panini Blacks. Cam Akers of the Rams, Jamison Crowder of the Jets. Then we have a Tylan Wallace out of 75 of the Baltimore Ravens. Tylan Wallace out of 75 of the Ravens to Mr. CEO. Followed by Roquan Smith Gold Team of the Chicago Bears headed to Chad. And then we have Mike Evans of the Bucks and Patrick Mahomes of the Chiefs. Alrighty, let's run down these rookies. We have Nashawn Wright out of 199 of the Dallas Cowboys to Chris. And Micah Parsons out of 399 of the Dallas Cowboys as well, going to Chris. And now on to our featured cards. Starting with our non-memorabilia hits. 1323, I think, is certified. 4 spots left in that. We have the out of 10 Christian McCaffrey of the Carolina Panthers to Mr. CEO, and the graffiti Zach Wilson of the New York Jets heading to Robert. And then our veteran memorabilias. We have the Kyle Long's mirror signatures out of 35, and then both out of 99, Austin Eckler and Keenan Allen. The Chargers players going to Cynthia, and Kyle Long going to Cynthia as well. And last but not least, we have a rookie patch auto, and that is Anthony Schwartz. Anthony Schwartz of the Cleveland Browns, and that is going to Mr. CEO. And with that, we are done with break 1217, the Certified Football 1-Box Division Random. We'll be right back with that hit draft. Alrighty, we are here for this hit draft. Mr. CEO, I believe you're in house. Jordan, are you in house? Kenneth, are you in house? And Mark, are you in house? Please let us know. Kenneth is here. Mr. CEO is here. Looking for Jordan. Mark is here. Looking for Jordan. Jordan, are you here? Jordan, Jordan, Jordan. All right, while we wait to try to get Jordan, we will do our next keyword giveaway. Or we'll have to do the randomization of our last keyword. And that is going to be heist. Type heist in the chat. Perfect. See, we have Jordan. Heist in the chat. And then, John, can we get a little 10-second countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is T-Man. Wow.
T-Man getting it. And it's going to be a 2020 Chronicles football. Sounds good. All you need to be able to do is chat and watch, so you don't need to listen. Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Chiefs, Matt Ryan of the Atlanta Falcons, a Jonathan Taylor of the Colts, and then a Prism Black Tua of the Miami Dolphins. Nice hit right there for T-Man, followed by CD Lamb. What a giveaway right there. And, John, you're going to want to top load this Tua for T-Man.
Okay.
In that giveaway. That is a blaster pack right there. And let's get ready to blast into this 2021 Panini Black one-box hit draft. It's break 1315. We'll wait to randomize the order until the end. Wait to randomize the order of this until the end. But we are getting ready for sure. Alrighty. First up, we're going to have the Derek Carr base of the Raiders. Derek Carr of the Raiders. Right there is card number 1 pulled. Next up, we are going to have a Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson of the Seattle Seahawks. And that is 54 out of 75. 54 out of 75 right there. Following that up, we are going to have a QB memorabilia, and it is a rookie influx Davis Mills. And that is 87 out of 99. The rookie influx patch of Davis Mills right there. And then the next card in this one, I think we're all going to be a tad disappointed. It is going to be a Panini Rewards 250 points. Definitely disappointing right there to pull a points out of this product. And then the last hit right here is going to be a rookie patch auto, and that is Nico Collins of the Houston Texans, 146 out of 199. And this patch is coming up over the side right there with the 4-color patch. Alrighty. So we've got the cards out there. Now we have to randomize the order of this draft. 5 times. Five times on this randomization. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Jordan getting the first pick, followed by Kenneth with the second pick. Then we have Mr. CEO with the third pick, Jordan with the fourth, and Mark with the fifth. Yeah, that is a rough Panini Black box. All that means, though, is we're going to have hotter boxes coming for us after this. So get into those next breaks. Jordan with the Nico Collins rookie patch auto with the first pick. That's wild. I feel like that's so I feel like it's got to be at least 1,000 points. Kenneth with the second pick.
Yeah, I can't believe they just get 250 points for that.
Kenneth taking the points. And then Mr. CEO with the third pick. CEO with Davis Mills. Wonder if we'll see any of Mr. Mills this year. Then we have Jordan with the next pick. Between the Derek Carr base and the Russell Wilson 54 out of 75. Jordan with Russell Wilson. Leaving the Derek Carr base to Mark. Alrighty. Let's run these down. Let's fill that certified. And let's try to fill one more Panini Black. There's another Panini Black there for a hit. Daniel, it could be, really, there's really no set end time. It just all depends on how many breaks get sold tonight. Alrighty. And with the fifth pick, we have Derek Carr base going to Mark. Then the 54 out of 75, Russell Wilson going to Jordan. Then we have the the Davis Mills rookie influx. Davis Mills rookie influx patch 87 out of 99 to Mr. CEO. There's 4 spots left in that other hit draft, 30% off today. 30% off that hit draft today. Then we have 250 points going with the second pick to Kenneth. And then the best card in that Panini box that we've all agreed was a meh box is going to be out of 199. That's the Nico Collins rookie patch auto. Nico Collins rookie patch auto. And with that, we are done with break 13-15. Done with break 13-15. We'll be right back in 3 minutes with some certified football pick your team. Alrighty. We are back and ready to rock. Let's do our next keyword giveaway. What do you say, John?
Sure.
And this is a new show. And the keyword is going to be dun 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 dun. It is going to be love. Love is for the way that you look at me. Oh, is the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary. E is even more than anyone that I can adore. Dun 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 dun. No show guesses yet. That is surprising right there. I Love Lucy from Ricardo, but that is incorrect. And folks, if you're watching on YouTube, please feel free to toss us a like. Really appreciate those likes. That allows more people to see our breaks, and then we get Brett guessed you. Sorry, Love Island's incorrect. Italian Jobs incorrect. And there we go. Show giveaway guessing has ended. And all that means is this break 1319, the certified one box pick your team has begun. Let's rock and roll with some certified football. Some Julio Jones of the Atlanta Falcons, followed by a filler card, and then a graffiti Trevor Lawrence. Graffiti Trevor Lawrence right there. Nice hit on that one. That is a base non-numbered Trevor Lawrence graffiti right there. And then we have Stephon Diggs of the Buffalo Bills and Joe Mixon of the Bengals. And then we're going to have an auto, or we're not an auto, but just a rookie out of 299. That's Kyle Trask of the Buccaneers. James Robinson of the Jaguars, Kyler Murray of the Arizona Cardinals, Delvin Cook of the Minnesota Vikings, the dark horse Delvin Cook of the Minnesota Vikings right there, followed by Delvin Cook again of the Vikings and DJ Chark of the Jaguars. Nice. There's one spot left in the 2021 Black Football Hobby One Box Card Random. Let's get in that bat. Let's fill that bad boy. Keenan Allen of the Chargers, followed by DJ Moore out of 249 of the Carolina Panthers, headed to Harry. Then we have a Zeke Elliott Stars of the Dallas Cowboys going to Cynthia. Following that up with DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals and Josh Jacobs of the Raiders. Myles Gaskin. Myles Gaskin of the Cowboys right there. Followed by a seal of approval, Russell Wilson of the Seattle Seahawks heading to Jordan. Then we have a Tua of the Miami Dolphins and Chase Young of the Washington Football Team. And that Panini Black Card Random has filled, and we will definitely be breaking that before 10:30. Here we go. It is a out of 149 new generation of the Houston Texans right there. Alrighty, here we go. Allen Robinson of the Chicago Bears. Allen Robinson of the Chicago Bears going to Haley. Followed by a Tom Brady. Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Tom Brady of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think William closed the card random. Nick Chubb of the Browns and Matt Ryan of the Falcons. And here we go. We have an auto, and that is a mirror signature. Oop. T. Higgins. T. Higgins out of 35. 1 out of 35 right there of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Christopher. Chase Claypool of the Steelers, followed by a J.K. Dobbins. J.K. Dobbins of the Baltimore Ravens heading to Cynthia. Then we have Miles Sanders of the Eagles, following that up with Alvin Kamara of the Saints. And here we go, folks. It is going to be a Justin Fields out of 399 of the Chicago Bears going to Haley. I got to say, I'm a little disappointed. I thought that was going to be an auto because it was flipped. Robbie Anderson of the Panthers, Nishan Wright RC, and that is going to be 3 of 5 of the Dallas Cowboys heading to Cynthia. Nice low number there for an unknown rookie. Followed by Aaron Jones of the Green Bay Packers going to Dylan. Aaron Jones of the Green Bay Packers going to Dylan. Followed by Tyreek Hill of the Chiefs and DK Metcalf of the Seahawks. And that Justin Fields went for big money. So that is going to get the sizzle sticker. And John, we might need more mags at some point. No rush on those, but we are cruising through. And that will only increase because soon enough Matt Nagy's got to get his head out of the sand and start Justin Fields. 3 packs left in this one. Oh, whoever got that $38 one sure got a steal. Derrick Henry of the Titans, a seal of approval. Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans going to Chris. Following that up with Danny Jones of the New York Giants and J.K. Dobbins of the Ravens. And then here we go. It is going to be a rookie patch auto, Simi Fioku, with the 1, 2, 3, 4 color patch, 12 out of 249 of the Dallas Cowboys heading to Cynthia. 2 packs left in this one. Aaron Donald of the Rams. Aaron Donald of the Rams, followed by a Stars Christian McCaffrey of the Carolina Panthers going to Harry. Then we have an Aaron Rodgers of the Packers and David Johnson of the Houston Texans. And here we go. It is a new generation Terrace Marshall Jr. out of 299. Terrace Marshall Jr. out of 299 right there. And that is going to be going to Harry. On to the last pack here. Dak Prescott of the Cowboys, a Chris Evans out of 99 of the Bengals RC, and that is going to be going to Christopher, followed by a gold team Derrick Henry of the Tennessee Titans going to Christopher as well, followed by Mike Evans of the Buccaneers and Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. We have Kyle Trask of the Buccaneers and Chris Evans of the Bengals. Alrighty, now on to our featured cards. Alrighty. Our non-memorabilias, we have the Nishan Wright, 3 out of 5 of the Cowboys, and the graffiti Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars. Cowboys are Cynthia, Jaguars are Mr. CEO. Then we have the mirror signatures, 1 out of 35, T. Higgins of the Bengals going to Christopher. And then we have some patches. the Terrace Marshall Jr. and Davis Mills next new generation pass. Davis Mills out of 149 of the Texans going to BMWs, and Terrace Marshall of the Carolina Panthers going to Harry. Then we have the rookie patch auto freshman fabrics, 12 out of 249 of the Dallas Cowboys headed to Cynthia. And then here we go. Out of $3.99, the $100 hit. That is Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears. Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears with that nice hit right there. And that will wrap up break number 1319. We'll be right back with a Panini Black Football one box card random. Yep. Alrighty. Well, we are going to get into this real quick right here. This is break 1329. This is break 1329, our Instagram giveaway break of the week. Make sure to check it out. We'll have giveaways for all the new products. And with this one, we have 75. We have plus about 103 people entered in to win a spot right here. 103 people to win a spot. We'll see how many random times we randomize it. Or 101 entries, sorry. We'll see how many times we randomize it. And the top 5 will get a spot. 9 times. And 1 second, folks. Just want to do the giveaway live. So we are now live with today's giveaway. A nice giveaway. We're going to randomize this 9 times. Randomize this 9 times for this Panini Black giveaway. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. All right, the winners of the giveaway, the Lasagna Speedster, Nitroade 28, Chowder Card Company, Mammoth 12, and the one and only 04 are going to be joining in this break. And go to our YouTube channel, BreakTraders on YouTube, and we will rock and roll with that break right now. Alrighty. We've got to grab, just got to grab those 5 and put them in their slots. Alrighty, so this is not the order that they will receive the cards. At the end of opening these cards, we'll randomize the users again, give them a spot 1 through 5, and then we'll randomize the cards. Alrighty, let's dive in. Why don't we? Our first card is going to be a base Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Kansas City Chiefs. Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Kansas City Chiefs. And we're following that up with a Eric Stokes. Eric Stokes, 26 out of 75. Eric Stokes, 26 out of 75 of the Green Bay Packers. Then we're going to have our next hit, and that is going to be a Ramondre Stevenson, 40 out of 125, the futuristic patch. Futuristic patch right there. Love the little burst of color right there behind Ramondre of the New England Patriots. Our next hit right here, going to be a running back, and that is Kylan Hill out of 199 of the Green Bay Packers with that blue ink auto. The Kylan Hill out of 199 with the blue ink auto. And last but not least, it is going to be a rookie patch auto, and that is Trey Sermon. Trey Sermon out of 199. Trey Sermon out of 199. Alrighty. We now have to randomize the users to see what orders they're going to be in for the cards. And then we will randomize the cards and match them all up. 5 times right there. One, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There we go. There we go. That is going to be the order the users get the cards in, and now we just have to randomize those cards. And you can see the cards on the right side, but we will get ready to randomize the cards as well. So we have Clyde Edwards-Helaire. We have Eric Stokes, Ramondre Stevenson, Kylan Hill, and Trey Sermon. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize these bad boys. 6 times. 6 times on the randomization. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Bang. Alrighty. So we will start. Card number 1 is going to be Kylan Hill. Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers. That Kylan Hill, 173 out of 199, going to Nitro Aid. Going to Nitro Aid right there. Then we're going to have card number 2. Card number 2 is going to be the base Clyde Edwards-Helaire. The base Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and that is of the Kansas City Chiefs, and that is headed to M. Hemsoth. Card number 3 is going to be Eric Stokes, 26 out of 75. Eric Stokes, 26 out of 75 right there of the Green Bay Packers, headed to the Lasagna Speedster. Then we have card number 4. Card number 4 is Ramondre Stevenson, 40 out of 125 of the New England Patriots, and that is headed to the one and only. And last but not least, card number 5, going to Chowda Card Co., is going to be Mr. Trey Sermon. Trey Sermon right there. And with that, we are done with break 1329, that Instagram giveaway. We will be back in 3 minutes with some certified football. We are back and ready for some certified football. But first we have to do our randomization of love. Type love in the chat to be entered to win. Love, love, love. John, can we get a 10-second countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Leo Nightwalk.
Leo getting a little Diamond Kings baseball. And Leo's definitely been in some of the eBay breaks. Jake Bowers, a little Bryce Harper crowning moment right there, followed by a Masters of the Game, Nolan Arenado, Mel Ott of New York, and Ryan O'Hearn of Kansas City. And with that, here we go. This is break 1323. this certified football one box. Pick your team. Jimmy Garoppolo of the San Francisco 49ers, following up with a DeAndre Hopkins dark horse of the Arizona Cardinals going to Harry. Following that up, we have Baker Mayfield of the Browns and, have the wrong teams up. Calvin Ridley of the Falcons. DeAndre Hopkins of the Cardinals going to Jordan, not Harry. And then our memorabilia, it's going to be a piece of the game out of 249. The New England Patriots, Sony Michel, going to Adam, even though he just got traded. You know who else is waiting on some Mac Jones, Brett? Adam is. We have Amari Cooper of the Cowboys, and then we're going to have a Devin Duvernay mirror signatures 27 out of 35 of the Baltimore Ravens headed to T-Mac. Following that up, we have a Christian McCaffrey seal of approval. Christian McCaffrey seal of approval of the Panthers. Russell Wilson of the Seahawks and Jalen Reagor of the Eagles. Certified's definitely been extremely popular for us. LaMichael Perine of the Jets. We have a Kylan Hill out of 199 of the Green Bay Packers going to Dylan. There's the filler. Then we have a Josh Allen Stars of the Buffalo Bills going to Nick. Following that up with T. Higgins of the Bengals and Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings. And then we have the Kylan Hill out of 199. I believe I showed that of the Green Bay Packers headed to Dylan. TJ Watt of the Steelers, Michael Thomas of the Saints, a 2021 graffiti. Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles headed to Cynthia. Following that up with Devin White of the Buccaneers and Derek Carr of the Raiders. Jerry Jeudy of the Broncos, followed by a Jeff Okudah out of 149. Jeff Okudah out of 149 of the Detroit Lions. And then, boom, we got the graffiti Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Haley. Nice graffiti Justin Fields of the Bears right there headed to Haley. Then we have Devontae Parker of the Dolphins and Antonio Gibson of the Washington football team. CeeDee Lamb of the Dallas Cowboys, a Stars, Stephon Diggs of the Buffalo Bills going to Nick. Following that up, we have Matt Ryan of the Falcons and A.J. Brown of the Titans. And then we're going to have a Joe Schobert of the Jacksonville Jaguars, certified gamers out of 99. Little dual patch of the Jags going to Steven. Nice. Those fields, not bad at all. Definitely got their money's worth right there for Haley. Damian Harris of the Patriots. Lamar Jackson out of 249 of the Baltimore Ravens going to T-Man. Following that up with a Russell Wilson Stars of the Seattle Seahawks headed to Dusty. Then we have Jalen Hurts of the Eagles and Joe Burrow of the Bengals. Jared Goff of the Lions, followed by a Jamar Chase out of 399 of the Bengals going to T-Man. Following it up with a gold team, CeeDee Lamb of the Dallas Cowboys headed to T-Man. Following up with Kirk Cousins of the Vikings and Jonathan Taylor of the Colts. Yeah, I think once Matt Nagy gets his head out of the sand and starts Fields, he'll have a pretty, like, his values will definitely skyrocket. I don't understand what Andy Dalton brings to the table that Fields does not. Jeff Okuda of the Lions. T. Higgins out of 299 of the Cincinnati Bengals headed to T-Man. Following that up with a Justin Jefferson seal of approval out of 75 of the Minnesota Vikings to Haley. Then we have Carson Wentz of the Colts and Rob Gronkowski of the Buccaneers. Matt Stafford of the Rams. Followed by a gold team, Arizona Cardinals, DeAndre Hopkins going to Jordan. Then we have Darren Waller of the Raiders and Devin Singletary of the Bills. And here we go. It is going to be a rookie patch auto, Elijah Moore, freshman fabrics of the New York Jets. The 3-color patch, 98 out of 149, going to Cynthia. Alrighty, let's run down these rookies. We have Jamar Chase out of 399 of the Bengals to T-Man, and Kylan Hill out of 199 of the Green Bay Packers to Dylan. Now on to our featured cards. Alright, our featured veterans. We have the piece of the game out of 249, Sonia Michelle. Certified Gamers out of 99, Joe Sherbert. In the mirror signatures, Devin Duvernay out of 35 of the Ravens. Sonia Michelle, the Patriots to Adam. Devin Duvernay of the Ravens to T-Man. And Joe Sherbert of the Jaguars going to Steven. And last but not least, we have our 2 rookie hits. We have the graffiti, Justin Fields, and the freshman fabrics, Elijah Moore. Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Haley. And then we have Elijah Moore of the New York Jets going to Cynthia. And with that, we are done with break 1323. We will be right back with a Panini Black card random. Alrighty, here we go. This is break 1152. 1152, the 2021 Panini Black 1-box card random. We are going to randomize to see what slots each of the participants is going to be in, and we're going to randomize that 8 times. And then once we pull the cards, we will randomize the cards and match them up. 4, 5, 6, and 7. There we go. Mr. CEO with cards 1 and 5, Bill with 2 and 4, and Steven with 3. We have Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers with the base right off the bat. And then we have another Steeler. This is going to be Deonta Johnson, 34 out of 75. 34 out of 75. Following that up, our next memorabilia is going to be a rookie influx Trey Lance, 13 out of 50. 13 out of 50 right there. Great hit right there, right off the bat. And that will be getting the Saute Sizzle sticker.
Sounds like fireworks.
Might have been a Red Wings game tonight. Nice patch right there. Yeah, figure might as well give it the sizzle sticker right there. And here we go. Next up, we have a Kyle Trask auto. Kyle Trask auto, 10 out of 25. A nice Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 10 out of 25. And last but not least, it is going to be a Jacob Harris rookie patch auto. And that is going to be 6 out of 50. 6 out of 50 of the Rams. Probably the best pack we've had yet of the Panini Black, but so far nothing great there. Alrighty. Well, let's see how many times we're going to randomize these cards and match them up. It's going to be 11 times. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Alrighty. Here we go. We will go from card number 1. Card number 1 on. And card number 1 is Deonta Johnson. Deonta Johnson goes to Mr. CEO. Then, out of 25, we have the Kyle Trask auto heading to Bill. Card number 3 going to Steven, and that is going to be the Trey Lance 13 out of 50 patch. Card number 4 headed to Bill is going to be Najee Harris. Najee Harris right there going to Bill. And card number 5 to Mr. CEO is the rookie patch auto Jacob Harris, and that is 6 out of 50. 6 out of 50 headed to Mr. CEO. And with that, we are done with break 1152. We will be back in 5 minutes with some absolute baseball. Alrighty, we are back with some absolute baseball. We have entered into BreakTraders Late Night. BreakTraders Late Night, excited for that for sure. And with BreakTraders Late Night, we're starting with 2 baseball breaks. Then we go into 2 football breaks, 2 basketball breaks, and then right now we have a Panini Black hit draft on the schedule. And then we'd love to see a snake. Feel free to let us know what you would like to snake draft tonight. The link is in the chat. If you're interested in that snake draft, you can fill out the link in the chat to see how that goes. In addition, we have a card random for some Panini Black available and open. We only have 7 spots left in a Prism Basketball Hobby 1-boxer. Pick your team plus random. Tonight, 5 spots left in a Contenders Optic Football Hobby Division random. Would love to see that break. In addition, we got some Prism Baseball available, some Absolute Baseball available, and you can get 30% off both the Absolute Baseball and Prism Baseball. So how a snake draft works, snake draft, Brett, if you wouldn't mind taking a second to explain it to Chris in the chat, but it basically, you just like a fantasy football draft, we randomize the order and then you draft your teams. Draft your teams. Alrighty, folks. You know, before we get into this, why don't we do our next keyword giveaway? What do you think, John?
Sure, actually, no.
Alrighty, the keyword is marriage. And you have 1 minute to guess marriage. Alrighty. No correct guesses that I have seen yet. No correct guesses yet.
Yeah, that is correct. But a bunch of guesses.
Bunch of guesses, though, which is always great to see. And we've got to be coming up on that minute mark.
Yep, just passed.
Alrighty, there we go. Show giveaway guessing is over. Alrighty. And with that, this is break 1268, the 2021 Absolute Baseball. Absolute Baseball 1-box, pick your team. Let me fix that, Mr. CEO. I will fix that. That's because it just got created. So 1 second. And that is going to be break number 1332. Alrighty, that hit draft is now, that promo code should be working. And there you go, you can use the promo code that's in the chat for 30% off your Panini Black. Max Scherzer of the Washington Nationals to Cynthia. Jose Ramirez of the Cleveland Guardians going to Cynthia. Christian Yelich of the Milwaukee Brewers headed to Dave. Jeff McNeil of the New York Mets going to Cynthia. Brandon Lowe of the Tampa Bay Rays headed to David. Then we have a one of one Kyle Lewis of the Seattle Mariners. One of one Kyle Lewis of the Seattle Mariners headed to Eric. And that's getting the Saute Sizzle sticker. Followed by a shoeless Joe Jackson out of 149 of the Chicago White Sox to Samuel. And then a Hyesung Kim, rookie of the San Diego Padres, headed to Jay. And now on to our memorabilia. We have Danielson Lamet, tools of the trade of the San Diego Padres, going to Jay. And following that one up, we have a Estevan Florial, 2 out of 25, rookie patch auto, the New York Yankees, going to Steven. That looks like a jersey patch and 2 wristbands in there. 2 out of 25 of the Yankees headed to Steven. And we're on to the second pack. Aaron Nola of the Phillies. Ken Boyer of the St. Louis Cardinals. The Phillies going to Cynthia. The St. Louis Cardinals to Ken. Kyle Tucker of the Houston Astros to Cynthia. Jack Flaherty of the St. Louis Cardinals to Ken. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees going to Babe Ruth of the Yankees to Steven. And then we have a Brian Reynolds, 3 out of 99 of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to Solden Erie. Followed by an Icons, Chris Bryant of the Chicago Cubs headed to Cynthia. And then a Cal Ripken Jr. out of 149 of the Baltimore Orioles going to Jordan. And here we go. Our first memorabilia is going to be Dustin May. Dustin May, 41 out of 99 of the Los Angeles Dodgers. And that is going to Cynthia. And then last but not least, out of 35, it is going to be a Jose Garcia signature of the Cincinnati Reds headed to Cynthia. Cynthia having herself a little absolute baseball break. Awesome. Awesome. Let's run these cards down. Some of our inserts. We have Cal Ripken out of 149 of the Baltimore Orioles going to Jordan. Then we have Chris Bryant of the Chicago Cubs to Cynthia. Brian Reynolds out of 99 of the Pittsburgh Pirates to Solden Erie. And shoeless Joe Jackson out of 149 of the Chicago White Sox headed to Samuel. And then we have a rookie class, Hyesung Kim of the San Diego Padres. And now on to our featured cards. We have the non-numbered tools of the trade, Danielson Lamet of the San Diego Padres headed to Jay, followed by an out of 99, Dustin May of the Los Angeles Dodgers headed to Cynthia. Then we have an out of 35, Jose Garcia, rookie signatures of the Cincinnati Reds to Cynthia, Following that up with an out of 25 rookie patch auto, Estevan Florial of the New York Yankees, going to Steven. And last but not least, the 1 of 1 Kyle Lewis of the Seattle Mariners. Kyle Lewis of the Seattle Mariners. Right there, that nice 1 of 1 to wrap up this break 1268. We will be right back with some Panini Prism baseball. Here we go. We are back with some Panini Prism baseball. Panini Prism baseball. And we've got 2 more spots left in the Panini Chronicles Draft Picks Collegiate Football that we've got going in 2 breaks. You can enter that in right there. In the meantime, we also have 7 spots left in the Prism Basketball 1-box Pick Your Team plus random hobby. The Celtics, the Mavs, the Nuggets, the Pistons, the Pelicans, the Thunder, and the Wizards. Every spot gets you an opportunity to get in to for the Hornets or the Timberwolves. 3 spots left in this Contenders Optic Football Hobby 1-box Division Random, and 3 spots left in the Hit Draft. Right there, 3 spots left in that Hit Draft that we will hopefully fill and run tonight. In addition to the rest of our breaks that you see here. We've got that UFC, and you can always get 30% off of our UFC breaks. We'd love to see another one of those fill. Here we go, folks. This is break 1269, the 2021 Prism Baseball 1-box Pick Your Team. Evan White of the Seattle Mariners RC. Evan White of the Mariners going to Alex. Followed by Paul Goldschmidt of the Cardinals. Justin Turner of the Dodgers. Eloy Jimenez of the White Sox. Jacob deGrom of the Mets. Tyler Glasnow of the Tampa Bay Rays. And then a Joe Adell RC of the Los Angeles Angels. Joe Adell of the Los Angeles Angels going to Leo. Followed by a fearless Rafael Divers of the Boston Red Sox headed to Jacob. Then we got Dustin May of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Dustin May of the Dodgers. Followed by a silver Garrett Cole of the New York Yankees going to MK. Going to Marcos right there. And then a stargazing Mookie Betts of the LA Dodgers headed to Cynthia. And then it looks like we have an auto, and that is going to be a rookie autographs silver Ryan Jeffers of the Minnesota Twins. Ryan Jeffers of the Minnesota Twins and that is going to be going to Jordan. Ryan Castellani of the Colorado Rockies, and that is going to Mr. CEO, followed by Jack Morris of the Minnesota Twins, Jack Morris of the Twins, Ron Lacuna of the Atlanta Braves, Zach Gallen of the Diamondbacks, Trevor Story of the Rockies, Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees, Manny Machado of the Padres, a Jorge Mateo RC of the San Diego Padres going to Leo, followed by a fearless Christian Yelich of the Milwaukee Brewers going to Phil. Fearless Christian Yelich of the Brewers going to Phil. Then we have a Shane McCallahan of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Alex, followed by Jose Altuve of the Houston Astros, a little blue boy there, going to David, and emergent Heliot Ramos of the San Francisco Giants also going to David. Francisco Lindor of the Mets, Blake Snell of the Padres, a Alex Manoah RC of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Marcus, followed by Tucker Davidson RC of the Atlanta Braves going to Steve. Then we have Willie McCovey of the San Francisco Giants, Freddie Freeman of the Braves, an Alejandro Kirk RC of the Toronto Blue Jays going to Marcus, followed by an Illuminations Trey Turner of the Washington Nationals going to Alex, followed up by a Christian Javier RC, Christian Javier of the Houston Astros, and that is going to David. And then we have the out of 199, that is Trent Grisham of the San Diego Padres, followed by a Miguel Cabrera Illumination of the Detroit Tigers headed to Edward, and Aaron Judge Sluggers of the New York Yankees, and that's going to Marcus. Alrighty. UFC weight class Rando is sold out. Love to see that. And folks, sorry about the quick delay there. I was checking the snake, and then I realized I had given you the wrong link. So take a look at the snake draft we have here, and in that link in the chat, and let us know what you can or what you would like to do. We've got a Prism baseball that you could snake. Would be the first ever baseball snake draft. Nolan Arenado of the Cardinals, Mike Yastrzemski of the Giants, a Luis Garcia RC of the Houston Astros going to David. Then we have Andrew Vaughn of the Chicago White Sox headed to Ken. Following that up, we have Brandon Lowe of the Rays, Charlie Blackmon of the Rockies, a Josh Fleming RC of the Tampa Bay Rays headed to Alex, followed by Luis Robert of the Chicago White Sox going to Ken. Then we have Mookie Betts of the Dodgers, followed by a gold out of 10, Clayton Kershaw of the Dodgers headed to Cynthia. Following that up, we have a red Albert Pujols of the Los Angeles Angels going to Leo. And then a Fireworks Corey Seager of the Dodgers headed to Cynthia. Debbie Garcia, RC of the New York Yankees. Debbie Garcia of the Yankees, followed by a Bobby Dalbec, RC of the Boston Red Sox. The Yanks going to Marcos, and the Bobby Dalbec of the Red Sox going to Jacob. DJ LeMahieu of the Yankees. Follow that up by Ozzie Smith of the Cardinals, Justin Verlander of the Astros, Shane Bieber of the Cleveland Guardians, Mike Schmidt of the Phillies, a Nate Pearson RC of the Raptors, or of the Blue Jays, headed to Marcos, followed by Josh Bell, Fearless of the Nationals, headed to Alex. Then we have Xander Bogaerts of the Red Sox, a blue Adonis Medina RC of the Philadelphia Phillies, and that is going to be heading to Christian. Following up with a rookie class, Evan White of the Seattle Mariners, headed to Alex. Logan Gilbert, RC of the Seattle Mariners, followed by Brandon Woodruff of the Milwaukee Brewers, a Clark Schmidt RC of the Yankees. That Logan Gilbert of the Mariners headed to Alex. Clark Schmidt of the Yanks headed to Marcos. Max Scherzer of the Nationals, a Dylan Carlson RC of the St. Louis Cardinals headed to Alex, followed by Alex Rodriguez of the Seattle Mariners, Joey Gallo of the Rangers, and old school Bobby Gibson of the St. Louis Cardinals going to Alex as well. Luis Castillo of the Cincinnati Reds. And then we're going to have the Red Wave out of 99. Red Wave out of 99 RC Sherton Apostle of the Rangers to Christian. And then a red RC William Contreras of the Atlanta Braves headed to Steven. Followed by an emergent Lucas Cespedes of the Chicago White Sox headed to Ken. Halfway through, we got 2 autos left. We've got quite a few breaks that I think will fill, Chris, on the website. I think we're going to fill hopefully fill that Prism basketball hobby. That might be a little tougher to fill. That Contenders Optic football hobby, 3 spots left in that division random. And then we have a hit draft with 3 spots left that it looks like of Panini Black that we could fill tonight as well. You get 30% off that Panini Black one. Larry Walker of the Rockies, followed by Zach McKinstry of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Los Angeles Dodgers headed to Cynthia RC, followed by Luin Diaz of the Miami Marlins RC going to Ken. Luis Campusano of the San Diego Padres headed to Leo. Then we have Drew Rasmussen of the Milwaukee Bucks. Milwaukee Brewers headed to Phil. Chris, there's also 2 teams available in the Chronicles draft picks. That would be the 9-3 available pick your team spots. Kevin Biggio of the Blue Jays. A Cabrian Hayes RC. Cabrian Hayes of the Pittsburgh Pirates. An Illumination Sixto Sanchez of the Miami Marlins going to Ken. Joey Votto of the Cincinnati Reds. And then a tiger-striped Illumination Luis Robert of the Chicago White Sox. And that is going to be going to Ken. Followed up by a blue Keegan Aiken RC of the Baltimore Orioles. And then a Lumber Inc. of the San Francisco Giants, Mike Yastrzemski, headed to David. The Tiger Stripes looks super cool, but for that one, it was just a regular non-numbered parallel. Nothing too exciting right there. We have a Spencer Howard RC. Spencer Howard of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Christian. Trey Turner of the Nationals. A Jared Kelenic RC of the Mariners headed to Alex. followed by Austin Meadows of Tampa Bay. Then we have Daniel Johnson of the Cleveland Guardians going to Cynthia, followed up by Letty Traveris of the Texas Rangers, headed to Christian. Rafael Marchand of the Philadelphia Phillies headed to Christian as well. A fearless Joey Gallo of the Texas Rangers going to Christian. Then we have Pedro Martinez of the Red Sox. An old school red out of 149, Red Mojo, Eddie Matthews of the Milwaukee Brewers going to Phil, followed by a red Noah Syndergaard of the New York Mets. And not Justin, but it is a stargazing Shane Bieber of the Cleveland Guardians going to Cynthia. Dalton Jeffries of the Oakland Athletics going to Mr. CEO, followed by a Daniel Lynch RC of the Kansas City Royals going to Mr. CEO. Then we have Alex Verdugo of the Boston Red Sox going to Jacob. Jared Olivia of the Pittsburgh Pirates headed to Leo. Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals going to Mr. CEO. Ray's Hoskins of the Philadelphia Phillies to Christian. Willie Stargell of the Pittsburgh Pirates headed to Leo. Johnny Bench of the Cincinnati Bengals old school of the Cincinnati Reds, going to Cynthia, followed by Willie Castro of the Detroit Tigers. Willie Castro of the Detroit Tigers. And then here we go. It is going to be a rookie autos, Jahmai Jones of the Baltimore Orioles going to Steven. And that is going to be out of 99. Followed up by a Cal Ripken Jr. old school of the Ravens and a Kohei Arihara of the Texas Rangers rookie class. And that is going to be headed to Christian. You have Albert Pujols of the Los Angeles Angels, followed by a Joey Bart RC of the San Francisco Giants headed to David. Noah Syndergaard of the Yankees. Brooks Robinson of the Baltimore Orioles. A Victor Gonzalez of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Cynthia. Cal Ripken of the Baltimore Orioles. Javier Baez of the Cubs. Miguel Yajur of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Then we're going to have a stained glass Mookie Betts of the Los Angeles Angels going to Leo right there. Following that up with a Tony Gwynn of the Padres. And then a blue stained glass Aaron Judge of the New York Yankees. And that is going to Marcos. Followed by a championship shade Justin Turner of the Dodgers going to Cynthia. Jose Garcia, RC of the Cincinnati Reds, headed to Cynthia, followed by Ramon Urias of the Baltimore Orioles going to Steven. Ramon Laureano of the Oakland Athletics to Mr. CEO. Trevor Bauer of the Dodgers. Starling Marte of the Marlins. Giancarlo Stanton of the Yankees. Then we have Edward Olivares of the Kansas City Royals to Mr. CEO. Followed by an Illumination Joe Adele of the Los Angeles Angels going to Leo. Followed by Salvador Perez of the Kansas City Royals. And then a lime green out of 125. Mookie Betts of the Dodgers headed to Cynthia. Followed by an Eloy Jimenez of the Chicago White Sox. And that is going to be going to Ken. Followed by a Lumber Inc. Aaron Judge of the New York Yankees. And that is going to be going to Marcos. Yeah, how does that work? Do you guys like with Fanatics, like do they just like basically buy do they also have to pay Panini for like the rights to those actual products? Will they do that? That'll be interesting. Because I doubt Panini's going to want to just sell the unlicensed stuff, but who knows. Tanner Hook of the Boston Red Sox going to Jacob. David Peterson, RC of the Mets, heading to Mr. CEO. Ryan Weathers of the San Diego Padres going to Leo. Garrett Cole of the Yankees, followed by an Alex Kirilloff of the Minnesota Twins. Yeah, that's true. Alex Kirilloff of the Minnesota Twins going to Jordan. Walker Buehler of the Dodgers. Johan Ovidio, RC of the St. Louis Cardinals, headed to Alex. A fearless Jose Altuve of the Houston Astros going to David. Michael Brantley of the Houston Astros. And then we have a Joey Bart rookie autograph. Joey Bart of the San Francisco Giants going to David. A silver Kevin Biggio of the Blue Jays. And then a stargazing Garrett Cole of the New York Yankees going to Marcos. Alrighty, let's run this down. Illumination Joe Adell of the Angels, rookie class Kohai Araya of the Texas Rangers, Keegan Aiken of the Baltimore Orioles, followed by William Contreras of the Atlanta Braves, Sherton Apostle of the Texas Rangers, Evan White, rookie class of Seattle, and Adonis Medina of the Phillies. And on to our featured cards. All right, first, our non-autos. We have the stained glass Mookie Betts, the blue stained glass Aaron Judge, and then a out of 10 Clayton Kershaw of the Dodgers. Mookie Betts and Clayton Kershaw going to Cynthia. Aaron Judge of the Yankees going to Marcos. And last but not least, we have our rookie autos. We have Joey Bart, we have Ryan Jeffers, and then we have the out of 99 Jahmai Jones. Ryan Jeffers with the silver auto of the Minnesota Twins going to Jordan. Jahmai Jones of the Baltimore Orioles headed to Steven. And Joey Bart of the San Francisco Giants going to David. And with that, we are done with break 1269. We'll be right back from BT Field. Here we go with some certified football, but first we will randomize our last keyword. What do you think about that, John?
Sounds good.
All right, type marriage in the chat. Alrighty, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Lucas.
Lucas, let's see what Lucas is getting. A 1945. 1945 right here. This one is... the famous George Marshall, followed by Charlie Trippy, a Joe Louis Award right there. Duke Ellington playing some jazz. Ebony Magazine's first issue. Maurice Richard of hockey. Oh, baby, we have a dog tag, and that is Tommy Landry. U.S. Army AC head football coach, Pro Football Hall of Fame. Kind of cool right there. Awesome, awesome, awesome. That is a very cool card. Here we go. This is break number 1270, the 2021 Certified Hobby One Box Pick Your Team auction. Roquan Smith of the Bears. Roquan Smith of the Chicago Bears. Followed by Josh Allen, Dark Horse of the Buffalo Bills, going to Brad. Then we have a Baker Mayfield of the Browns and Calvin Ridley of the Falcons. And this memorabilia is going to be Teddy Bruschi, Certified Gamers out of 125 of the New England Patriots, going to Kevin. Ben Roethlisberger of the Steelers, followed by an Alvin Kamara of the New Orleans Saints out of 149, going to Kevin. And then we have a seal of approval, James Robinson of the Jaguars, going to Steven. Following that up with Russell Wilson of the Seahawks and Jalen Reagor of the Eagles. Seen that Teddy Bruschi, Dan? Christian McCaffrey of the Carolina Panthers, followed by a Nahshon Wright, cornerback of the Dallas Cowboys, RC, going to Donald. Then we have a Stars, Dak Prescott of the Dallas Cowboys, headed to Donald as well, followed by T. Higgins of the Bengals and Justin Jefferson of the Vikings. Cortland Sutton of the Broncos, George Kittle of the 49ers, a dark horse Josh Allen out of 75 of the Buffalo Bills, going to Brad, followed up by Carson Wentz of the Colts and Rob Gronkowski of the Buccaneers. Zeke Elliott of the Cowboys, followed by Aaron Jones of the Green Bay Packers. Aaron Jones of the Packers. And that is going to be going to Daniel, followed by a gold team, Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs. And that is going to be going to Ross, followed up by Darren Waller of the Raiders and Devin Singletary of the Buffalo Bills. Which one? Aaron Jones is out of 299. Sam Darnold of the Panthers. Sam Darnold of the Panthers. Followed up by a Jonathan Taylor graffiti of the Indianapolis Colts headed to Cynthia. Then we have a Terry McLaurin of the Washington Football Team and Odell Beckham Jr. of the Cleveland Browns. And here we go. We have a piece of the game. It's 96 out of 99. Devin Singletary of the Buffalo Bills going to Brad. I would expect Devin Singletary to have a big year this coming year. I also expect OBJ to have a big year. Josh Allen of the Jaguars. And then we have a Kevin Byard mirror signatures out of 50 of the Tennessee Titans going to Brad. Followed up by a Russell Wilson of the Seattle Seahawks dark horse going to Michael. And then we have Alvin Kamara of the Saints and Tyreek Hill of the Kansas City Chiefs. J.J. Watt of the Carolina Panthers, followed by Micah Parsons, and that looks like it is a 80 out of 199 of the Dallas Cowboys going to Donald. Followed up by Jonathan Taylor of the Colts. Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts, seal of approval right there going to Cynthia. Followed by DK Metcalf of the Seahawks and Daniel Jones of the Giants. Justin Herbert of the Chargers, followed by a 39 out of 75. Dwame Brown, RC, of the Washington Football Team going to Michael. Then we have a seal of approval, Josh Allen out of 149 of the Buffalo Bills going to Brad right there. And then we have J.K. Dobbins of the Ravens and Aaron Rodgers of the Green Bay Packers. Would love to see that optic go. 3 spots left right there. That's been sitting there for quite a while. Let's fill it tonight. $72 a spot right there. You know, you drop into that, you get in the hit draft of the Prism Black, and you can get in a card random of Prism Black, or the card elements card random as well. There's an elements card random up there. 10% off each spot, and then 30% off the Prism Black spot. I'd have to do the refunds manually, but if you do all 3 and send me an email, I will refund you the differences there. And then we have DK Metcalf of the Seahawks, followed by David Johnson of the Texans and Mike Evans of the Buccaneers. And here we go. It is going to be a Jamar Chase freshman fabric mirror signatures blue redemption of the Cincinnati Bengals headed to Cynthia. Alrighty, let's run these cards down. We have the Dwame Brown out of 75 of the Washington Football Team going to Michael. The out of 199 Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys headed to Donald. And then we have Nahshon Wright out of 399 of the Dallas Cowboys headed to Donald as well. Brett Diddley, Brett. Alrighty, first our memorabilia is both from the AFC East. It is the piece of the game, Devin Singletary out of 99 of the Buffalo Bills to Brad. Teddy Bruschi, certified gamers out of 125 of the New England Patriots to Kevin. And then we have 2 signatures. We have the mirror signatures, Kevin Byard out of 50 of the Tennessee Titans headed to Brad. And then a Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals. And that is going to be a redemption, and that's going to Cynthia. Alrighty. With that, we do have some time to kill here. So we're going to take a 8-minute break and be back with some Chronicles Draft Picks Hobby. 8 minutes. We will see you in 8 minutes. That's the end of break 1270. Alrighty, we are back and ready to rock with some Chronicles football. Let's do our next keyword giveaway. What do you think, John? John, that sounds like he's on board with it. And that keyword is turbulent. No correct guesses yet. All right, and giveaway guessing is over. Giveaway guessing is over. And here we go. This is break 1271. The Panini Chronicles Draft Picks Hobby 1 box Pick Your Team auction. Larry Roundtree of the Chargers. Larry Roundtree of the Chargers to Christopher. Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins. Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins going to Orion. Following that up, we have Trey Sermon of the San Francisco 49ers going to Dennis. And then we're going to have a Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers headed to Chris. Followed up by Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets headed to Phillip. A Caleb Farley of the Tennessee Titans going to Solomon. Caleb Farley, Tennessee Titans going to Solomon. And then we have Elijah Moore of the New York Jets headed to Phillip. And here we go. It is going to be a J.C. Horn auto. J.C. Horn of the Carolina Panthers going to Chris. Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles, followed by Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams, going to BMWs, followed by Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles. Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles heading to Nicholas. Then we have Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers going to Josh, followed by Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Nicholas. Then we have Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Steven. And Devonta Smith again of the Eagles headed to Nicholas. And here we go. It is going to be the Anthony Schwartz auto. Anthony Schwartz of the Cleveland Browns going to Christopher. 3 spots left and 30% off. Definitely need to fill that Panini Black hit draft. I mean, we've got to have a big box coming sooner or later. we got to have a pretty big box. Oh. And we do have one hit draft ready that's going to be going here at right around roughly midnight. We have Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins, followed up by Caleb Farley of the Tennessee Titans, headed to Solomon. Then we have Larry Roundtree. Tamaron Terry of the Chargers, of the Seahawks, followed by Elijah Moore of the New York Jets. Then we have a Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. going to Nick, followed by Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts. Going to Ryan, followed by Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos, headed to Alex, and Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins going to Ryan. Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers. Going to Josh, followed by Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins going to Orion. Then we're going to have a Chris Evans of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Blake, followed up by a Mac Jones of the New England Patriots, headed to Cynthia. Then we have Elijah Molden of the Tennessee Titans, and that is going to Solomon, followed up by Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles, headed to Nicholas. And then we have a Justin Fields Flux of the Chicago Bears going to Haley. And then we're going to have a Kyle Pitts, and that is the substantial rookie swatches of the Atlanta Falcons, headed to Chris. It better be an anniversary or something. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Headed to Nick, followed by Chuba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers. Going to Chris, and Sean Wade of the Baltimore Ravens, headed to Josh. Then we have Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons. Going to Chris. Then we have Mac Jones of the New England Patriots, headed to Cynthia. Following that up with Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals, going to Blake, and Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles, heading to Nicholas. And then we're going to have a memorabilia here, and that is going to be Jabril Cox of the Dallas Cowboys, headed to Josh. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, headed to Nick, followed by Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos, going to Alex. Headed to Alex, followed by another Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, going to Nick. Then we have Chuba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers. Nice, congratulations, T-Man, of the Carolina Panthers, going to Chris as well, followed by Zachary Wilson of the New York Jets, headed to Phillip. Then we have Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Steven. And Travis Etienne again of the Jags headed to Steven. And then we have Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Blake to wrap that up. All right, now we'll run down the top picks, the first round pick rooks. Jamar Chase of the Bengals, Travis Etienne of the Jaguars, Travis Etienne again, Zach Wilson of the New York Jets, Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, we got him twice in a row, Devonta Smith of the Eagles, Jamar Chase of the Bengals, Mac Jones of the Patriots, Kyle Pitts of the Falcons, Kyle Trask again, Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears, Mac Jones again, another Devonta Smith, and then Jalen Waddle, followed by Devonta Smith again, and again, another Jalen Waddle, Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts, Kyle Trask again, Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins, Jalen Waddle again of the Dolphins, Trevor Lawrence of the Jags, and Zach Wilson of the New York Jets. And now on to our featured cards. Our 3 autos, J.C. Horn, Anthony Schwartz, and Jabril Cox. Jabril Cox of the Dallas Cowboys headed to Josh. Anthony Schwartz of the Cleveland Browns headed to Christopher, and J.C. Horn of the Carolina Panthers heading to Chris. And then last but not least, we have the substantial rookie swatch, Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons, and that is going to be heading to Chris. And with that, that is the end of break 1271. The end of break 1271. We're going to take a 3-minute break, and we will be right back with some Revolution Hobby Basketball. Alrighty. We are back and ready for some Revolution basketball. We got 2 straight breaks of that. Then we basically have 2 straight personals as both Steven bought out one of the hit drafts and T-Man bought out one of the weight class randoms. Alrighty. We're going to get into this Revolution, but first let's randomize Turbulent. Type Turbulent into the chat. Type Turbulent into the chat to be entered to win this randomization. Alrighty. John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Fire Cookie.
Fire Cookie has won the giveaway. Fire Cookie getting some Upper Deck hockey. Sam Steele, followed by Olivier Ekman Larson, Kevin LeBlanc, Kyle Connor, Brian Dumoulin, Cam Atkinson, Brad Hunt, and Jaroslav Halleck. Alrighty. Well, Mr. Fire Cookie, here we go. This is break 1272. The Revolution Basketball 1 box pick your team. We got back-to-backs of these coming. And Fire Cookie, we did shoot you a message in the chat. If you could just either shoot us an email or just reply back in the chat with what break number you're in tonight and what team you are, so we can get that giveaway sorted out for you. Or email your info if you're not in a break. Email your address. All right, we have Bam Adebayo of the Miami Heat, followed by Pascal Siakam of the Raptors, Karl Anthony Towns of the Minnesota Timberwolves, and then we have a rookie Revolution, Isaac Okoro of the Cleveland Cavaliers, headed to Cynthia, followed by Xavier Tillman of the Memphis Grizzlies, going to Pete. All right, Fire Cookie's in the next break with the Atlanta Hawks, John. James Harden of the Rockets, Jarrett Culver of the Minnesota Timberwolves, Michael Porter of the Nuggets, and then we're going to have a Kawhi Leonard. That's going to be the Groove. Kawhi Leonard of the Los Angeles Clippers, headed to T-Man. And then we have a Shockwave, Karl Anthony Towns of the Minnesota Timberwolves, going to a Rich. Ben Simmons of the 76ers. Ben Simmons of the 76ers. Aaron Baines of the Toronto Raptors. Norman Powell of the Raptors. A Bam Adebayo, and that's a Fractal. Bam Adebayo Fractal of the Miami Heat. and that is going to be going to Pete, followed by Malachi Flynn of the Toronto Raptors. Going to Rich. And folks, if you like Revolution Basketball, we could always run a snake of it. We love to end our nights in a snake. Haven't done it in a while because we've been doing a lot of hit drafts. But let us know what you would like to snake. And if we get enough people interested, if we fill one, we will drop the link so you can purchase and we will run it. RJ Barrett of the Knicks, Buddy Hield of the Sacramento Kings, Lauri Markkanen of the Chicago Bulls, a sunburst Robert Woodard II of the Sacramento Kings. That's going to be out of 75, and that is 58 out of 75 right there. And that is headed to Travis, followed by a Josh Green of the Dallas Mavericks going to Jacob. John Collins of the Hawks, Damian Lillard of the Trailblazers, Blake Griffin of the Detroit Pistons. Followed up by a Vortex, Jason Tatum of the Boston Celtics going to Jacob. And then here we go, folks. Get excited, especially if you're Zach, because it is going to be an Emmanuel Quickley Galactic. Emmanuel Quickley Galactic, and oh boy, 2 straight nights with Galactic pulls. Wow. Holy heck. The Galactic Ultra Rare. And that is going to get the Sizzle sticker. Brett, I don't know if it's possible to find any comps, but if you can, that would be really incredible. What a hit. Sold for $450 in July. Jaren Jackson of the Grizzlies, Jason Tatum of the Celtics, Paul George of the Clippers. Then we have a Devonta Graham Astro of the Charlotte Hornets, and that is going to Tong, followed by a Supernova Donovan Mitchell of the Utah Jazz coming to David. Elfrid Payton of the Knicks, Draymond Green of the Warriors, DeMar DeRozan of the Spurs, and Isaiah Stewart Astro RC of the Detroit Pistons. And that is going to be heading to Joshua, followed by an Obi Toppin RC of the New York Knicks going to Zach. I feel like Revolution is like one of the products that like consistently brings its value. Joel Embiid of the 76ers, Klay Thompson of the Warriors, Ja Morant of the Grizzlies, a Patrick Williams, and that's a groove edition of the Chicago Bulls going to Phil, followed up by a Rookie Revolution, Isaac Okoro. Alrighty, let's run these down. Some of our inserts. We have the Donovan Mitchell of the Jazz to David, Jason Tatum of the Celtics going to Jacob, and a Shockwave Revolution, Karl Anthony Towns of the Minnesota Timberwolves to Rich. Then we've got the Groove, Kawhi Leonard, the Fractal, Bam Adebayo, and the Astro, Devonta Graham. Devonta Graham of the Hornets to Tong, Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers to T-Man, and Bam Adebayo of the Heat to Pete. And now our rookie rundown. We have Isaac Okoro, Rookie Revolution of the Cavs to Cynthia. Obi Toppin of the New York Knicks going to Zach. Josh Green of the Dallas Mavericks headed to Jacob. Malachi Flynn of the Toronto Raptors headed to Rich. Followed by Xavier Tillman of the Memphis Grizzlies going to Pete. And then we have Isaac Okoro of Rookie Revolution of the Cavaliers going to Cynthia. And then we have our two parallels. We have the Astro and the Groove. The Groove, Patrick Williams of the Chicago Bulls going to Phil. And the Astro, Isaiah Stewart of the Detroit Pistons headed to Joshua. And now on to our featured cards. We have the Sunburst, Robert Woodard II auto. That's out of 75 of the Sacramento Kings going to Travis. And then boom went the dynamite because we had a super rare Galactic super short print right there. Emmanuel Quickly. And that's a quick $450 for Zach. What a hit right there. We will be right back with break number 1273. That is the end of 1272. Alrighty. We are back and we're ready to rock and roll, but we do have to do our next keyword giveaway. Right, John?
Okay.
Alrighty. No guesses on this one yet. No correct guesses, shall I say. So let's see if that will change. Here we go. Our next keyword is children. No correct guesses yet. Alrighty. Is that the end of giveaway guessing?
Yes.
Alrighty. And with that, we are at break 1273, the 2020-21 Revolution Basketball One Box. Pick your team. Are we going to stay super hot with Revolution right now? Let's hope. And I see 30 people on the stream, so let's start getting some breaks moving. We got Prism Basketball Hobby, one box, pick your team plus random. That means every spot gets a shot at the Hornets and the Timberwolves with 7 spots left. 3 spots left in a Contenders Optic Rep Football Hobby, one box division random, and 3 spots left in a Panini Black Football Hobby one box hit draft, and you can take 30% off that with promo code that's in the chat. Love the Hamilton reference. Break. Markel Fultz of the Magic, DeMar DeRozan of the Spurs, Damian Lillard of the Trailblazers. Then we're gonna have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander Astro edition of the Oklahoma City Thunder, followed by David Garcia's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of the Thunder going to Dave. Then we have Bradley Beal Vortex of the Washington Wizards headed to Anthony. Kevin Love of the Cavaliers, Steven Adams of the Pelicans. We have a Blake Griffin of the Detroit Pistons. And then we have a liftoff Ja Morant, a liftoff fractal Ja Morant of the Memphis Grizzlies. Following that up, we have a Zeke Naji of the Denver Nuggets. Zeke Naji of the Denver Nuggets going to Zerk. And folks, I may have said a couple of those first teams wrong because I still have the list up from the last break, so I apologize about that. Karis Lever of the Nets, Lauri Markkanen of the Bulls, Klay Thompson of the Golden State Warriors. We have a Goran Dragic Groove of the Miami Heat, and that is going to Keith, followed by a Kawhi Leonard Supernova of the Clippers headed to Cynthia. Jaylen Brown of the Celtics, of the Boston Celtics, and that is headed to Anthony, followed by Chris Paul of the Suns, Ja Morant of the Grizzlies. Then we have a Colin Sexton Astro edition of the Cleveland Cavaliers going to Francisco, followed by Denny Avdija of the Washington Wizards, RC going to Anthony. 4 packs left in this one. Al Horford of the Thunder, Steph Curry of the Warriors, Brandon Clark of the Grizzlies, a Udoka Azubuike Groove edition of the Utah Jazz going to Chris, followed by a Shockwave Revolution Devin Booker of the Suns headed to Cynthia. Thrilled to hear that, Brad. I'm a huge Bills fan, Bills season ticket holder, so I always love to see a good Bills break. Derrick Rose of the Detroit Pistons, Mike Conley of the Jazz, Brandon Ingram of the Pelicans, a Cassius Winston Astro of the Washington Wizards going to Anthony, followed by a James Weissman RC of the Golden State Warriors headed to Tom. Certified. DeJounte Murray, followed up by Jason Tatum. Then we have a Zion Williamson Astro. Zion Williamson Astro right there of the Pelicans headed to Tong. And then a liftoff Damian Lillard. Liftoff Damian Lillard of the Portland Trailblazers going to Chris. And here we go. I think this could be a solid auto. It is a Tyrese Maxey of the Philadelphia 76ers. And that is going to be heading to Keith. I think that could end up being pretty nice. That might be in the running for a sizzle sticker, which we will figure out shortly. Snake selections. Right now we've had 6 responses. 1 person interested in a Revolution hobby. 2 people interested in plates and patches and certified football. Looks like 2 people interested in Panini Prism. Folks, if you want to end the night with a snake draft, go check out the link in the chat and let us know what you would like to see. Both the type of product and the cost would be in there. And once we fill a draft, we'll post it and let people buy in. We have LeBron James of the Lakers, Lonzo Ball of the Pelicans, Paul George of the Clippers. Then we have an Aaron Baines impact out of 149, followed up by a Tyler Bay RC of the Dallas Mavericks. That Aaron Baines impact of the Toronto Raptors to Mr. CEO Tyler Bay of the Dallas Mavericks heading to Tong. Alrighty, let's run down some of these inserts. We have the Shockwave Revolution Devin Booker of the Suns going to Cynthia, the Supernova Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers to Cynthia, and the Vortex Bradley Beal of the Wizards to Anthony. Then we have the Impact Aaron Baines of the Toronto Raptors headed out of 149 headed to Christopher. The Groove Goran Dragic of the Miami Heat going to Keith. And then we have the Astros Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of the Thunder to David. Colin Sexton of the Cavaliers going to Francisco. And Zion Williamson of the New Orleans Pelicans headed to Tong. Then our rookie rundown, we have Tyler Bay of the Mavericks going to Tong. James Wiseman of the Warriors going to Tong. Denny Avdija of the Wizards to Anthony. And Zeke Naji of the Nuggets to Zerk. And then we have an Astro, Cassius Winston of the Wizards, and a Groove Udoka Azubuike of the Utah Jazz. Udoka going to Chris, and Cassius Winston to Anthony. And then, folks, we have liftoff. It is Ja Morant of the Memphis Grizzlies headed to Anthony, and Damian Lillard of the Portland Trailblazers headed to Christopher. And last but not least, we have the Tyrese Maxey auto. Tyrese Maxey of the Philadelphia 76ers. Philadelphia 76ers. And that is going to be heading to Keith. And with that, we are done with break number 1273. We will be right back from BT Field with the Panini Black Hit Draft. Alrighty, we're back with Panini Black. 1236 is a pre-sale break. 1236 is a pre-sale break. That Absolute Football won't break. It said release date of 9/22. I've got to update that. That got pushed, and I'm looking at the calendar right now because I definitely have it. That got pushed into October 22nd now. It got pushed an entire month. Seeing lots of stuff continually getting pushed and pushed and pushed. Alrighty, let's get that hit draft filled while we're doing this break. This is technically a hit draft, but Steven has them all, so it will be a personal for him. But we have 3 spots left. 3 spots left in the Black Hobby hit draft. 30% off with the promo code. And before we get into this black, type children into the chat. Type children into the chat to be entered to win. Children, children, children. All right, John, give us a countdown.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Brett Diddley Brett.
Brett Diddley Brett. Getting the giveaway. Let's see what we've got in here. We're giving it a nice little shake up for the Bratster. And we've got a Chronicles Football Blaster Pack. Curtis Martin, John Elway, a Joe Burrow, T. Higgins, and Jalen Hurts. And with that, we have break number 1316. The Panini Black hit draft that has turned into a Steven personal. Alrighty, let's see what we've got for Steven here. We're going to start with a Brandon Cooks base. Brandon Cooks of the Houston Texans. That is a base right there. Wide receiver for the Texans. Next up, it looks like we're going to have a numbered rookie. And it is going to be a Jalen Darden 3 out of 75 of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Following that up, it is going to be a futuristic, and that is going to be a futuristic Jalen Waddle out of 125, number 123 out of 125 right there of the Miami Dolphins. And then next up, we have 400 points. 400 rewards points. And then to finish this off, we have a Terrace Marshall Jr. 3 out of 10. 3 out of 10 rookie patch auto. Best card we have pulled from Black yet tonight. Great hit right there for the Carolina Panthers. And that is definitely getting a sizzle sticker. Alrighty. Let's run these cards down. The Brandon Cooks base, followed by Jalen Darden, 3 out of 75 right there. Then we're going to have the 400 Panini Rewards points, following that up with the out of 125 of the Miami Dolphins. Out of 125 out of the Miami Dolphins, Jalen Waddle. And then to wrap it up, it is going to be a 3 out of 10. Oh, I forgot we pulled that Justin Fields redemption right off the get-go. Second best, probably. Alrighty. And with that, we are done with break number 1316. We will be right back from the Foctagon with the break number 1322, also known as T-Man's Personal. All right, we are back at the Octagon. We got 3 spots left in that Contenders Optic Football Hobby 1-Box Division Random. $72 a spot right there. Would love to see that fill. Would hate for this to be the end of our night. A little 20-ish end. We have 8 responses so far on the snake, but there is no consensus on a potential snake. No more has more than 50% of its spots filled.
Heavy mag box.
It is a heavy mag box. CEO will buy 1 more spot if 2 more people will get in that Contenders Optic Football. $72 a spot. Here's what I'm willing to do. There's 3 spots left in the Contenders Optic Football. There's 3 spots left in the Black Football Hit Draft. I will drop a discount in the chat right now for 25% off if you do both of those. $25% off if you do both of those. Getting that in the chat right now. Here's the discount link. Just to try to fill these up, we're running a late night discount. 25% off if you take a spot in each the Contenders Optic Football Hobby and the 2021 Black Football Hobby Hit Draft. If we take a spot in each, you get 25% off. And if you already have spots, we can try to work out a little sweetener of the deal as well. Especially if you bought in tonight, we'll figure out something to do for y'all as well. Whether it be a refund of some sort or something of that nature. But that's what I'm willing to do, 25% off if you buy those breaks together. You just have to put both of them in your cart together and get the 25% off. That is break 686. One spot left in the optic, 2 spots left in the black football hit draft. Alrighty, let's work on filling that while we go into this. This is break 1322, a weight class or UFC weight class random, but right now it is a T-Man personal. We got the 4 packs right there. 1 spot left in Contenders Optic, 2 spots left in the black football. If y'all buy a spot in each, 25% off. Volkan Ozdemir, light heavyweight. Rose Namajunas, strawweight. A Gilbert Burns, our rookie RC of the welterweight. Gilbert Burns RC right there. Then we have Tony Ferguson, lightweight. Tony Ferguson, lightweight of the right there. And then we're going to have a blue Jared Canoy out of 99 octagon side middleweight right there. All right, the optic division random is closed. There's 1 left in black. 1 left in black. You can use promo code BLKPAN30 to get that going. And then we have a silver Jessica Andre right there. And that's the first pack. 1323. Trying to find that on there. Oh, it appears that it closed and it didn't give us a notification. So we will... Oh, wait, no, we already broke that. We broke 1323. Almost had a 1288 incident.
When did we break 1523?
Earlier tonight. It's in the list. Uriah Faber, bantamweight. Dan Henderson, middleweight. A Kevin Holland RC, middleweight right there. Followed up by Jar Rosenstruck, heavyweight. A Disco Khabib, lightweight. Followed by a Premier Disco, Brian Ortega. And that is a featherweight right there. Nina Nunes, strawweight. Cameron Usman, welterweight. Jose Aldo, bantamweight. An octagon side, Colby Covington, welterweight right there. Headed to T-Man. Followed up by a Premier, Jose Aldo, bantamweight. And then a red Premier. And that is going to be out of 199, number 2 out of 199, Frankie Edgar, bantamweight. And that Prism Black hit draft is closed. Dominic Reyes, light heavyweight. Arnold Allen, featherweight. Valentina Shevchenko, flyweight. Darren Till, middleweight. The premier Stephen Thompson, welterweight. And then a red octagon side, Dominic Reyes, light heavyweight, going out of 199. Love to see those octagon siders. Alrighty, let's run down the hits from this one. The out of 199 premier level, Frankie Edgar, bantamweight. The disco featherweight, Brian Ortega, premier level. The disco Khabib, lightweight. And then a silver flyweight, Jessica Andrade. Then we have two rookies. We have Gilbert Burns and Kevin Holland. Gilbert Burns, the welterweight. And then you get Kevin Holland, middleweight. And now on to our featured cards. We have the Colby Covington welterweight, the Dominic Reyes out of 199, and then the Jared Cannonier middleweight out of 99. And with that, we are done with break 1322. Done with break 1322, the Select Hobby Hybrid H2 weight class. And random right there that turned into a T-Man personal. We're going to take a 3-minute bio break and then be right back with the Contenders Optic Division random and a Panini Black hit draft. Alrighty. Here we go. Haven't done this one in a while. Very excited about that. Let's do our next keyword giveaway before we get into this. What do you think, John?
Sounds like a great idea.
Sounds like a great idea. Wow, Steven out here crushing through breaks. Yeah, a lot of these patches are like wildly disappointing. All right, Vow. Vow, 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 vow. No correct guesses yet. No correct guesses yet. Wow, I can't believe we got through this. And is that giveaway guessing over?
Yes.
All right, giveaway guessing is over, which means it's time for break 686. What a throwback. The one box division random of 2020 Contenders Optics. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize these divisions. Bounced out, doesn't count. Bounced out again, doesn't count. And it is 6 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Let's drop these bad boys in there. T-Man with the AFC East, Mr. CEO with the AFC North, Steven with the AFC South, Brett with the AFC West, Ben with the NFC East, Steven with the NFC North, Mr. CEO with the NFC South, and Bill with the NFC West. And while John's getting those teams loaded, I will start to get this box open. Alrighty, let's get started here. First up, we have a season ticket, and that is going to be Mike Evans. Mike Evans of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Mr. CEO. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Mike Evans headed to Mr. CEO. Following that up, we've got a a silver And that is going to be a Joey Burrow. Joey Burrow right there. And that is going to Mr. CEO. The silver right there. And that is going to be getting a sizzle sticker. Oop, it will not fit in this one. John, I thought I got some mid-sized mags have been delivered.
3 sizes. Are there different size?
I thought you'd asked me to get
One of these? That's all one.
this. Oh, okay. All right. Well, there's that Joe Burrow right there for Mr. CEO.
That's the medium size.
Yeah. All righty. Next up, what are we going to do here? We have a blue season ticket. A blue season ticket. That's going to be out of 99. And that is going to be Mr. Sam Darnold of the New York Jets heading to T-Man. And that is out of 99. Next up, we're going to have our first auto. And it is going to be a Jacob Phillips of the Cleveland Browns. And that is heading to Mr. CEO. The rookie ticket auto, Jacob Phillips. Our fifth card in this one. Our fifth card in this one is going to be a Rookie of the Year Tua out of 99. Big hit right there. And that is going to be getting a sizzle stick it for T-Man. Nice hit right there. Wait, grab the wrong mag again. Talking to myself. Which is always good to do when I'm on a live stream. Alrighty. And last but not least, we have the winning tickets, DeAndre Swift. DeAndre Swift with the winnings tickets right there of the Detroit Lions going to Steven. Alrighty. Well, let's run this break down. Oh, yeah. So, alrighty, let's run these down right here. Got the winning tickets: DeAndre Swift, the blue Sam Darnold out of 99, and the Mike Evans of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Mike Evans going to Mr. CEO, DeAndre Swift of the Lions to Steven, and Sam Darnold of the Jets heading to T-Man. Next up, we have a rookie ticket auto, and that is Jacob Phillips. Jacob Phillips of the Cleveland Browns going to Mr. CEO. And then we have 2 hits. We have the Joey Burrow rookie ticket of the Bengals to Mr. CEO, and the Rookie of the Year auto of Tua going to T-Man. And with that, we are done with break 686. We'll be right back with a Panini Black hit draft. Alrighty, we are getting ready for this hit draft. We won't randomize it until afterwards. We are at 49 breaks for the week. If I ran another Panini Black hit draft and did it at $75 a spot, who would be interested? $75 a spot. Could we get 5 people in at $75 a spot right there? Mr. CEO would be in.
For break number 50.
T-Man's in. Harry's in. It sounds like we have enough. So, all right, perfect. Oh, well. It looks like we may have too many, so it'll have to be first come, first serve. But 1 second. I couldn't do a 2-box at 100. I could. No, 75 is really the lowest I can go, so I can't do that. But oh, a 2-box. I mean, we could do a 2-box 10 spotter. No, that's not. Dan, wait, I'm thinking I just sent you something. But one moment, I might not. Would we have enough interest for 10 spots to do 2 boxes at $100 a spot? So it'd go up a little bit but you'd still be getting a pretty steep discount there of Panini Black. Yeah, we're just gonna do a one break, a one breaker right there. We'll get that posted real fast. $75 a spot. We'll have 5 spots, and whoever first come first serves. In the meantime, let's get started. This is break 1332. 1332. The 2021 Panini Black 1-box hit draft. Let's see what we've got. Alrighty. Here we go. The first card is going to be a Marquez Stevenson base right there of the Buffalo Bills. Marquez Stevenson base of the Buffalo Bills. I will definitely I'll set up a mixer of certified and Panini Black though for sure. We'll get that going at some point. And then next up we have the Tyler Lockett out of 35. Tyler Lockett out of 35 of the Seattle Seahawks. Our next hit is going to be a out of 125. That's a Monra St. Brown. Seven out of 125 right there. Of the Detroit Lions. Next up, of the Miami Dolphins, it is Hunter Long. Hunter Long. And that is 90 out of 199. And then last but not least, a sizable signatures rookie patch auto, 15 out of 50. That is Trey Sermon of the San Francisco 49ers. Trey Sermon, 15 out of 50. Alrighty. Well, with that, we will now randomize the draft order. We're going to randomize it 6 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Feeling bad for Brett Diddley, Brett after those breaks right there. Alrighty. Steven is up first. Steven with Trey Sermon. And now Mr. CEO. Oh, wow. CEO with the back-to-backs. Amon-Ra St. Brown with the first pick of his back-to-backs. And who's he going to take with the second? Hunter Long. And now Bill. Lockett or Marquez Stevenson. Three spots left in that hit draft at $75. What a deal that is. Two spots left. William taking Lockett, which leaves Marquez Stevenson for Brett Diddley. Brett. Alrighty. Harry. That would have been pretty rough. Now that I know people are would do that, I might have to change up. I might have to do discounts where you can only use one. Alrighty. With the fifth pick in the draft, we have Brett taking Marquez Stevenson of the Buffalo Bills. With the fourth pick in the draft, Bill taking the 7 out of 35 Tyler Lockett right there. Then we have Hunter Long out of 199. Hunter Long with the 90 out of 199 of the Miami Dolphins going to Mr. CEO with the third pick in the draft. Then we have the out of 125, the Amon-Ra St. Brown rookie influx patch of the Detroit Lions heading to Mr. CEO. And then the first pick in the draft, the 15 out of 50, Trey Sermon of the San Francisco 49ers, the two-color rookie patch auto. And with that, we are done with break number 1332. Done with break number 1332. We are just waiting for that hit draft to fill. It may have filled. It is closed. So we will be just taking a brief moment here, and we will be right back with that hit draft. Yep. Alrighty. We are back and ready to rock and roll. Alrighty. Here we go. This is break number 1334. The 2021 Panini Black number 50 break of the week, number 50 hit draft. And folks, we'll be doing a special giveaway right after this. Well, we have to do the giveaway for Vow, and then we're going to do a special giveaway of one full box of the Sage draft picks. That's a $100 box right there that we'll be giving away to whoever's on the stream. We'll do another keyword giveaway after Vow for that as a thank you for getting us to 50 spots this week, or this 50 breaks this week. Alrighty, here we go. Card numero uno. Is going to be Khalil Herbert of the Chicago Bears. Next up, we are going to have a Saquon Barkley 18 out of 35 of the New York Football Giants. Then we're going to have our next hit is going to be a rookie influx, Jalen Darden. $106 out of 125 of the Tampa Bay Rays. Following that up, we have a wide receiver auto, and that is going to be Demetric Felton. $93 out of 199. 93 out of 199 right there of the Cleveland Browns. And now to finish up this break, it is going to be a Kyle Trask out of 175 rookie patch auto. Number 54 out of 175. A little 3-color patch right there of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Alrighty. Now we have to do a randomization. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize it. 7 times. 7 times to randomize this draft order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Alrighty, Steven getting slot 1 and slot number 4. Mr. CEO with 2, Harry with 3, and Bill with 5. What do we got for our first pick? Kyle Trask for Steven. And Mr. CEO with the second pick. Demetric Felton of the Cleveland Browns, and Harry with the third pick. And he's going with Jalen Darden out of 125. And now we have Steven with the fourth pick. Steven with Saquon, leaving Khalil for Bill. Alrighty, and let's run these down cards. With the fifth pick, we have Khalil. Khalil with the fifth pick going to Bill. Then with the fourth pick, Steven taking the Saquon Barkley, 18 out of 35. With the third pick, Harry Hood taking the Jalen Darden rookie influx patch, 106 out of 125. With the second pick, Mr. CEO taking the Demetric Felton, 93 out of 199 of the Cleveland Browns. And then with the first pick, Steven taking Kyle Trask, 64 out of 175 of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. There you go. All right. And with that, we are done with break 1334. Type VOW in the chat if you haven't to get this giveaway done. John, give him a 10-second countdown to get VOW in the chat.
Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Jax the Ripper.
Jax the Ripper. Vernon Carey Jr., R.J. Hampton, James Weissman, and Jordan Nwora coming out of the Panini Prism draft picks pack for Jax. Alrighty. Now, that being said, we are doing a randomization, a random giveaway for BT 5th. So for the 50th break of the week, which is a first with BreakTraders. First time that's ever happened. Type the keyword in the chat. It's going to be right here, John. It is going to be BT50. BT50. Type it in the chat. And we'll be doing a whole box of Sage will be sent to you this week.
Nice.
BT50, BT50, BT50. Really prefer not to open it on the stream, but if you really need me to, or really would like me to, I'd be willing to do that, but I would prefer not to, because it is 16 packs and go on. But if you really would like me to, I would definitely do it. All right, just want to make sure everyone's in. John, give 10 seconds. 10-second countdown.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Steven S.
Steven getting the Sage box. Steven, that will ship out with your product on Tuesday. We are shipping on Tuesday this week due to the Labor Day holiday. Alrighty, folks. We'll be right back. Alrighty, folks. Thank you for getting us to 50 breaks this week. The most breaks we've ever done in the history of BreakTraders. We're really loving this ramp up back into football season. By the time we have our next break, we'll have had our first full weekend of college football, which is super exciting. I know I saw some scenes from the Virginia Tech game tonight. Gave me chills seeing the packed stadiums back. I can't wait to be at the Bills Stadium next Sunday to watch them trample the Steelers. But now you know what time it is. It is Mag time. And we're going to start with our Prism baseball hits. And we have the Tiger Stripes, Isaiah Kiner Falafel, and then the out of 50, Cabrian Hayes of the Pittsburgh Pirates. And then next up from baseball, we have some Absolute Baseball. We have the 3 of 5 Absolute Inc. Gary Sanchez of the Yankees. And then kaboom goes the Dynamites with 2 Los Angeles Dodgers. And then a 1 of 1 Kyle Lewis of the Seattle Mariners. Cody Bellinger and Mookie Betts, kaboom goes the Dynamites. And then the 1 of 1 Kyle Lewis from Absolute Baseball. And that was another great baseball week. We also are running 30% off on Absolute Baseball and Prism Baseball using the promo code PRZABS30. And we will keep that going throughout the weekend. And next up, we will be here to show you our basketball hits. Some basketball hits right here. We have a lot from Revolution. First up, we have 2. We'll save those for the sec. We have the Sunburst LeBron James out of 75. And then we have the He Came In Like a Mellow Ball. And that is the Astro Mellow Ball and the Rookie Revolution Mellow Ball. And then to wrap up the basketball hits of the week, we are going to have 2 super short print Galactic hits. The Galactic Aaron Naismith and the Galactic Emmanuel Quickley right there. Aaron Naismith of the Celtics, Emmanuel Quickley of the New York Knicks. So those were some great basketball hits this week. And now we are on to BT Field for some football. We'll start with our certified football hits. And we'll start jumping around with just our numbered quarterbacks. We have the Zach Wilson 13 out of 99. And the Justin Fields, that is going to be 90 out of 39. And then we've got some graffitis. We have our 2 non-numbered graffitis right there with the Mac Jones and the Trey Lance. And then moving in, we have 2 numbered Trevor Lawrences, 1 out of 149 and 1 out of 249. The Trevor Lawrences, we have 65 out of 49 and 103 out of 249. We have the Trey Lance non-numbered, the Mac Jones non-numbered graffiti, and then some numbered QB pulls. Next up from our hits of this week, we are going to have some Panini Chronicles draft picks. We have the Sam Ehlinger Origins Auto, 3 out of 10. The full coverage Tylan Wallace patch, 7 out of 10. And then the Mac Jones, 8 out of 15 in flight auto. And then we have 2 more products that we had mags out of this week. We had the Joey Burrow out of the rookie ticket, Contenders Optic, and then the Rookie of the Year on-card auto for Tua, 98 out of 99 of the Miami Dolphins. That was with that Contenders Optic football pick right there. And last but not least, we did have some hits out of the Panini Black. We have the Tylan Wallace, Terrace Marshall Jr., 3 out of 10 right there of the Carolina Panthers rookie patch auto. The 13 out of 50 rookie influx patch of Trey Lance. And then the rookie patch auto, Justin Fields. Right there. And with that, folks, we are done for the week. It was great to see you this week. We will see you Wednesday night at 7:30 and Friday night at 7:30 next week. Everything will be shipping Tuesday due to the holiday weekend. I hope you and yours will be able to enjoy the weekend. Hopefully you get some great weather and have a great weekend. Happy breaking. Thank you to John and Dan for being here. And most importantly, thank you to the BT community for being at home and supporting us. Have a great weekend and happy breaking. Thanks. Good night.